રિપોર્ટ થઈ ગયો હતો સાંભળવા વગર જાય છે ચાલો ભારતી અહીંયા જય હો ન્યુયોર્કમાં આવી ગયા છીએ બધું ગભરાણી કરતી બધું આવે છે રિયલ સર્કલ સર્કલ ટર્મિનલ 1 આવી ગયો શું નથી We are in the right thing now. We are in the right direction.
Yes. Other movements are there.
Good. All we are okay. Emirates. કેમ છો પીઝા ખાવ છો બરાબર
વેરી ગુડ
લાપસી તૈયાર થઈ ગયો છે બરાબર મોડામાં સ્વીટને નાખી દીધું છે એરપોર્ટ we are in the Dubai today. Steven.
Hello, Mr. Raju.
All right. શું છે લાઈન સર બની ગયા બધા
Happy Dubai.
પૂરો
Happy Dubai.
ચાલો ચાલો અમેરિકા બધું યુએસએ બરાબર કરો અંતમ ક્યાં કરો ચાલ કરો બરાબર એમાં પડદે મેં રહે તો હા તમારો એજન્ટ હુ ઇઝ યોર એજન્ટ હોલીવુડમાં છે એમ એમ તમારું એમાં હોલી છે ને વુડ છે હોલીવુડ નથી એમ
તો એક
હા મેકઅપ ઘણો સારો લાગે છે મેકઅપ કરે લાપસી દેખાતો નથી ક્યાં ગયો
લાપસી તો ગમે ત્યારે દેખાઈ જાય શું હવે
હા ઇન્ડિયા અને પેલો મોસ્કો
દુબઈની નોર્થમાં શું આવ્યું ને સાઉથમાં શું
આવ્યું બટાકા જેવો કેવો છે
લાપસી ને બટાકો બટાકા જેવો
અને બાકી કાઢો
બફાવા દો એમ કહું છું કાંદા બટાકાની જેમ ના એવું નહીં એ લોકોને
બધા સાક્ષી છે
બધા હવે તો જે કરવો છે ઇટ્સ ઓકે લચ્ચા કે ગોડ મદલ છે ના ઇટ્સ ઓકે હી નોઝ મી ઇટ્સ ઓકે
Nile River, Carol. the Liberty Tower, I think. Hilton, Cairo, ready to start a trip. Alright, barabar, good. Cameraman. Good. Alright, chalo. Good. Good. चश्मे लगा के
जय श्री कृष्ण
જય શ્રી કૃષ્ણ બરોબર ઇન્ડિયા જેવું અહીંયા બધું માર્કેટ
I mentioned your name in the program bureau.
Okay, thanks a lot, sir.
And your mobile also.
To build the high dam in Australia.
well, very good.
Just means the eternal life entrance. So they took the name, it's a Quranic name, which means the entrance to the eternal life. Because they considered the death itself like a bridge between temporary life and eternal life. Because of that, they dedicated their life for their, and in the government asked the people here to pay for their houses, just small amount for their houses here, and they started to fend for their new generations. So you can see how many families the big family consists of by completing the floors of each house here. The same thing in our villages too. They took it because they came from small villages in Upper Egypt. And by the way, Upper Egypt in south of Egypt, Lower Egypt north of Egypt. So our higher ground is south, our
like Philip.
like Philip.
Remember
Of course.
By the way,
I was whiter than him.
مدام عبير كل اللي عايزه منك هتقولي لي ان شاء الله انت عارفه اطفال الشهر قبل السقاره ب 200 متر.
أيوة على الشمال صح؟
ايوه هتقولي لي اقول لهم هنكون هناك امتى بس دي قبلها بساعه على الاقل.
Egypt in 1820, and they invaded us starting by 1820 till 1952. And they took this palace, which was the hunting palace. It was built in 1836, and they took it to be in front of the Great Pyramid. Great Pyramid was built by 150 meters high. It's now just 137. You know why? Have a look up there.
वाटर बॉटल में ये
हमारी तुम्हारी ले लो तुम्हारी बड़ा लेके
कई जरूर નથી યાર તો મત
चल अपना तेरे बनाए ले कोई बात
You can open up the umbrella.
Yeah, it is two purpose.
मधु भाई तुमचा फोटो घ्या
All right.
नंतर आम्ही तुमच्या घेतो
Okay, first I'll explain everything about the pyramid. Later I'll give you free time to take all the pictures you want, okay?
Okay.
So make a circle around me, please. Make a circle around me, please.
सर्कल
Okay.
नियर
Let
बाय
all of you hear me well.
इधर आ जाओ
This is the Great Pyramid, which was built was 150 meters high. It's now 137 meters high because we melted the top, which was 200 kilograms of pure gold. All the pyramids were covered like the top of the second pyramid over there. All of them were so smooth, so polished, and so white like a piece of cloud. And they were painted on the top with huge wings and the solar disk between them with wonderful colors. The second pyramid is 136 meters high. It's for Kefren, the son of Cheops. And there is years of working here. It was the first and the greatest high organized work all over the world.
All right, कृष्णा जी छाते में क्या करते हो
पिरामिड
पिरामिड देखते हो वृंदावन बराबर गुड बराबर
थोड़ा आगे जाने पीछे पाजी तो भाई हमारा भी ले लो यार
हाँ तुम आते हैं भाई आते हैं साहब बराबर वेरी गुड हमारा गीता बहन गीता बहन चलो चलो बराबर चलो बराबर
all group come on pyramid front come on everybody close up Harsha
चलो चलो
Come on, Raju bhai is taking movie.
आई एम टेकिंग एनीवे અરે પિરામિડ ને બરાબર આવે છે રોહિત વગર પિરામિડ માં જોઈ છે તું ભાઈ બરાબર છે લતા આવે છે અરે ભાઈ આવે ચાલો ખેલ કરો ખેલ ચલો બંદરિયા નાચ દિખાઓ નાચ દિખા
please come on everybody
चलो गुड बराबर सुधीर हम काम कर रहे थे आज हाँ पेंटिंग हाँ बराबर છે ऑलराइट चलो આ પિરામિડ આવી ગયો છે બરાબર છે
બરાબર બધા રહી લો
ચાલો આવી જાઓ લો
दूध की दाऊ ने
ચાલો સ્મિતાબેન બરાબર આ બાજુ ચાલો બરાબર વાલ કરો વાલ ચાલો
you are reminding our Meenakshi
મીનાક્ષી જેવી જ છે ગુડ ઓલરાઈટ ભાઈ બરાબર છે વેરી ગુડ This pyramid Cheops and this is Sun pyramid અને આ પિરામિડમાં લાભ ભારતી આવી ગઈ છે
is the second one
સેકન્ડ સફી
country from where
India
India
good
Maharaga
good
You're a group yeah
yeah
very good yeah now
yeah coming
yeah
wait it's coming hold it's coming
record yeah one push
good
okay come down look my friend
Very good, sir.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, come down. Oh, I am. Okay.
Thank you.
सबका ग्रुप तक जाने वाला है, टाइम नहीं है ना.
ऐसे करो, चलो खाना है तो चलो चलो पहन के करो नहीं ऐसा ओ स्वामी
हो गया?
अरे आप करेंगे
Okay, everybody's here.
those who are here there.
You want this?
You want to ride camel?
Yeah.
Okay. Think about it because I'll make a deal for you there to ride camel, to go close by the pyramids, the 3 small pyramids there, to take pictures. Okay? And we will take there just 20 minutes as free to just a short trip.
You have to pay tips, I have to pay the rest. Okay.
Okay?
Good.
small tombs
आपण स्पेशल राईड आहे we have one time ride. राजस्थान लीगल
That's okay. Alright, that's good.
But that's what you told us. Good experience.
You have not taken the ride there.
I did.
That's why he told us. That's why you got a picture taken and everything.
Did you went to
We paid.
Huh?
Alright, good.
Wait. You're good. Don't move.
Allah, why we pehla baithna hai?
Gentlemen over here!
Good.
Hold very well and lean
Yes, relax.
Relax.
He will get you on the ride.
Oh. Oh.
We have 2 brave
Alright, Gita, alright.
Hold it. This way. Follow him.
Go there.
Chalo.
Where you are from? From where?
Bombay, India.
India, Maharaja. Maharaja, Amitabh Bachchan.
Good, alright. Okay. You can put a pause, okay, if you want to put a pause. Alright, it's okay. You record, come in, record.
Yeah? Video.
What's your name?
Your name Ahmed.
Ahmed.
Yeah.
Good, Ahmadi.
Your name Camel Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse.
Camel.
Your madam?
Lata.
Madam? Madam, good. Number 1.
Number Bush.
Yeah. You're a lucky man. Here with the pyramid. See aloha.
Aloha.
Yeah, mate.
Maharaja.
Mickey Mouse, very good.
Mickey Mouse, very good. Yeah.
Take a movie then.
All this. Dance. Lil shush.
No.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. You can give me the
Okay, give
camera. I
camera.
can take other people movie.
Okay, give me back.
I can't get. Box this one. Go box up and pull it. I will get it on.
Okay.
Later. Hey, Madhu bhai, good.
Wave your hand. good.
India number 1.
Right.
Okay. હાલતા રહેજો બરાબર આગળ આગળ પાછળ આગળ પાછળ Alright, good.
Lean back. No problem. If you like, was in the three pyramid.
No.
Was in the group, was in the three pyramid.
It's done. It's done.
We got too much picture.
So what's your, just for curiosity, what's your price? What's your price for the photo?
Cover batuk na lugar. We have pyramid over. So by That's good. Let's little bit that way. Good.
Abang cari pala pasal mana saja.
Oh, kaso ada ni. Lata dong. Biar kaso ada ni.
Nano.
Nano kalian bodoh thai je. Okay.
3 in 1.
हाँ. एक पिरामिड है ना बेबी जी घोड़ी ऊपर खड़ी जा रहे हैं.
Piramid कहते हैं ना. अरे खेले लो छतरी ले जे तू. अरे ना छतरी ले से. ना तो नहीं ले. नहीं ले फोन करिए.
Here for 15 minutes. Floods, no more water here. Our river.
This is a good picture to take it. Cuma dah sebar kalau tu mesti nak lewat dia mencara.
बात जमाना चाहिए પાણી એવું નથી આવતું હતું પૂર બાજુ પાણી નથી આવતું there are some monuments they have moved
હવે એમાં સ્પીચ પણ મૂવ કરી છે તો એનો અર્થ કે બીજું અને પિરામિડ જેવડું મોટું હતું સર બહુ
આ ચાલુ એ મૂવી નથી પિક્ચર પડતું.
हाँ पढ़े नहीं बंद करूँ पढ़े चेंज.
Oh, I see.
तो बराबर. लेसन कर दीजिए.
Okay. Let's start it. Let's start it.
All right. Right here.
We get them home
Sure, yeah. Have you used the hammer before? No, you used that?
Yeah, nail. Put a nail in the wall.
You used it before? No, sure.
every day.
But yeah, but I see you have used it before. Then the rolling pin, so we roll the slices. That's why the slice can be more flexible. Sometimes some wives they prefer the rolling pins more than the hammer. That's why the slices you see more flexible and stronger. Then we put the slices in water for 6 days for 2 reasons. First of all, to reduce the percentage of sugar in the slices to be 10%. Reason is to control the color of the slices, because when we put the slices in water for 6 days, we're gonna have the white paper. This paper, the white one, like this or like this, that's the white. So he deserves paradise. Okay? So that's Egypt. It has the most important came to Tutankhamun and his wife while she is offering him lotus flower, simple flower. And he is touching the flowers. This means he accepted her as his wife. Okay? And around the picture, the pharaohs put like lotus flower and papyrus planks, symbol of love and peace for the couple. We always do this picture with writing the name of the husband this side, the side of the king, the wife, the side of the queen, and love forever between them.
Triangle one. Triangle up here. Any
हमारे पेपर बना हुआ है. This is a calendar. શું છે પિરામિડ ગમે છે બેન પિરામિડ લઈ લો તો મને મૂકો તો ડાકો છો
Was built by the architect and potter. All the people who are living here are farmers. And this is the way to reach Upper Egypt too. Pyramid which is in front of us over there, and the other house. Every day we discover something new here in Egypt, and in some cases we couldn't say that we have.
Okay, Lada. Good. It's another pyramid. Dilip, chalo.
પિરામિડ પાસે પિક્ચર લઈએ છે
ફેરો છે ફેરો
ફેરો 1 અને ફેરો 2 તમારો રાજુભાઈ લેવાનો છે
ભાઈ રાજ પેલું છે
કોઈને કહીએ
ખાલી બોક્સ છે
વેરી ગુડ one more
मुझे ने किस करेगा
one more kiss no miss no kiss go further
يا زميلة هي زحمة
So please
Keep moving.
no move
પણ એને થોડા બધા કોઈના માટે વોચ યોર સ્ટેપ્સ ચલો
Alright, મધુભાઈ વૃંદાબેન હા બરાબર ધીમે ધીમે ચાલો સાથે આવી ગયા બધા
they used to put statues in each one of them for their gods. Why? To be witnesses for the Headset festival. It's really a very important festival that our first.
આ પિરામિડ નીચે લગી છે અરે કहाँ છે મત બોલો આલો એ વીરુબેન
નીકળેલું તે ખરું હમણાં છે
ને પેલો નો
these steps going down Good. No. Good. All right.
Look, صفر.
No.
بس اكلك بالصف.
I don't smile. He has.
اكلك بالصف. Security.
Okay. Chala.
All right.
Around 5,000 years ago.
It's just like
The roof is done.
the roof. ચાલો
એટલે કે પૈસા માંગી માંગે
Auction થાય છે
બીજા કેટલા 5 લીધા બધા જોઈએ છે
Go, good. Here, नहीं किस करने वाला है चलो हाँ now દિલીપ ને મોઢામાં પાણી છૂટી રહ્યું છે
આઈસ નથી આવ્યો
મોઢામાં પાણી આવી રહ્યું છે પણ આઈસ નથી આવી રહ્યું
હજી આઈસનું પાણી નથી થયું
2 મિનિટ રાહ જોઈએ ને તો પછી
on the way એવું કીધું on the way
Is it okay? I can add more if you want.
તમે શું લેવાનું
cheers cheers Marty Banks
લેડીઝ cheers cheers cheers
cheers બિપિન ને કહો
તમારો ક્લાસ ક્યાં છે રાજુભાઈ
હા આવો સર
વન્ડરફુલ ડે અમારે જવું પડે ને અમારે સામે cheers કરો આવી જાઓ
અરે ક્યાં શું છે અરે છોકરી
ટિફિન કે કોલ પર છે કેમ શું થયું
There was no air conditioner working, no toilet working, no drivers working.
look at this this is મોટું કા
મોલું કર
that is
બરાબર
તું તો કહો ગયો પછી મેં વિચાર કર્યો all I am going to see is a bakoro why I am doing that
Because problem is it is unknown. You don't know how far it is.
3 quarters
Yeah, it is unknown.
મીનાક્ષી ને એ લોકોના ખાસ ફ્રેન્ડ
but I think you are
એકલા જ આવે છે
કોના વાળનું છે
બનેલી છે ના 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 મુંબઈ ને મીનાક્ષી છે ને એના ખાસ
but I wish I could have gone there
Hero થવાની જરૂર નથી.
હર્ષદ એકદમ માઇન્ડ ગયા શું 5000 years
એક કેતન
ઓલે તો અસર થવી જોઈએ
મને પછી થયું કે હીરો થવાની જરૂર નથી. જાઓ
धुआं निकाली और लब से पिया धुआं निकाली और लब से पिया ये दुनिया बड़ी दाग है
આજે તમારી બહેરી ચડાવ નહીં તમારી બહેરી ચડાવ નહીં
બીજો ક્લાસ છે બીજો.
ગીતા પેલી લાઈન તો પાડોશી કે ચૂલે જોજે
ना गिला ना लिया ठंडी हवा के खिला ससुरी
अरे वाह
इतनी ठंडी किसी का हिलिया से हिले हो जब पड़ोसी के चूल्हे से
हॉट नंबर તમારે તો બીડી થઈ ગઈ કોની વાઈફ અમારી લેવ
बंद गुरु को चेहरे लगाई लियो रे बुलाई लियो रे बुलाई लियो रे लगाई लियो रे लगाई लियो
વેલકમ આ તારી બહેરી કે
मेरी जान मैं तेरी कुर्बान। चलो चलो आगे चाहिए तेरे भी आगे पीछे
बना ले मेरी जान, मैं तेरी कुर्बान।
ऐसा जब मैजिक बस भी
તમારા લોકોના જીન્સમાં છે મારું
જો ભાઈ આટલો જ રહ્યો છે પૂરો કરી દો હવે બિપિન has to drink today.
બિપિનને એટલું પીવડાવો કે કશું કરી ના શકે.
બિપિન લીધી
I'll take care of it.
મેં પીધો છે આ બધું વાઈન બોલે છે.
Country to have a good living, and you work hard every day from morning to evening, you know. And when you are not working, you are picking your nose. You pick your nose at the dining table, you pick your nose at the bed, you pick your nose everywhere, you know. Why can't I be on the top when we make love? So Luigi says, that's how it's gonna be. So it goes on for a few months, and Rosa gets very upset. She tells her mom, she says, Mom, this is a no good. You know, we come here, you know, Luigi, he works so hard, you know, every time he is home, he's picking his nose, and he is just sitting in the bed, he picks his nose, and you know, he just no good. So mother calls him and says, Luigi, Rosa is complaining, you know, what is this? He says, you work too hard, you're never at home, when you are home, you pick the nose, you know, when you make love, why can't you be on the top? He says, Mama, do you remember when we came to this country what the immigration officer told us? He says, no. He says, work hard, keep your nose clean, and don't fuck up.
મારી નજર પહેલા એના પર જ પડે. આવી ગયું જો ને on the road cross.
Bajar sir, Bajar.
No. No.
તમારી citizenship
No.
status.
I don't care. We are still Indians.
बराबर पिज्जा खा रहा जो गुड झंडा ऊंचा रहे हमारा. ચાલો કાલે તૈયારી કરી રાખી ને બરાબર ગુડ ગુડ.
نص ساعة تصور بس لا تاخد مرة.
Liberty Tower built by Russia.
Nice view over here.
Very good. Hello, Navi. He is a Dilip Kumar, our hero. From old movie. He is an old movie hero, Dilip Kumar.
They know that is right to our.
They know Dilip Kumar too. Very good. And Rita Kumari.
Rita Devi.
Rita Devi.
Rita Devi.
Kumari sir. ठीक है बराबर है लापसी बराबर लापसी सुप्रभातम Ashwin, no more dieting today, alright? No more dieting. Alright, Caro. And the Nile River. Good. Chetan Kumar. Good. Okay, Marcel Bhai ખાસ નવું શર્ટ પહેર્યું છે આજે after 3 days. Alright.
હું તો અહીંયા જ હતો.
તમારે લાઈફમાં પડી પડે ને
મોડમાં આવી ગયા.
અમને નવું શર્ટ પહેરી છે.
બેગ આવી ગઈ છે એમની પાછી. બેગ આવી ગઈ એટલે આજે હવે આયન કરેલું શર્ટ પહેર્યું ને આજે પાછું. ચાલો આ બાજુ જો તમારી પાછો
કેજપ પૂછ્યું એટલું કેજપ તો કેમ છો
બરાબર
કેટલા વાગે આવ્યા ઘરે
Alright, let's go.
Leave your cameras in the bus. Mr. Sami said that he told you.
Yes.
It's not allowed.
Salvi will take care of me.
નો ઓકે રૂકી આવો
Allowed to પૈસા
છે મારી પાસે અને તમારે કેવું તો જોઈએ છે આન્સર
Very good.
Years ago. Okay, so he asked Muhammad Ali. You remember Muhammad Ali?
Yeah.
The one who came here in 1820? He asked him to build this museum here to preserve our stuff because it was before 2 floors. The heavy status in the first floor and the most precious stuff in the second floor, like the stuff of Tutankhamun, who we found by the name of Ibn Tulun.
The place where Jesus stayed for 1 year in Egypt. Out of 4 years in Egypt
Oh, Jesus was Muslim.
Yeah. No, he was Jewish then. Yeah.
The what?
Christianity came out only in 560.
Trajan, the Empire Trajan. And they built the hanging church up on one of them. So there's a tower here and the second one under the hanging church as I show you inside the church itself. They took the tower as a foundation part of the church, built it up on it. Because of that, we called it the suspended church or the hanging church. Okay? Let's go to the church, please.
पड़ेगा हमारे मूवी चले बराबर
Government.
all the limestone quarry.
Oh my goodness, this
Fort.
is one. Yeah, this is a big one. Before
Mosque inside.
this is a nice
Exactly,
spot.
this is the replica of Santa Sofia Mosque in Istanbul.
Istanbul.
If you want like this, ب 25 جنيه. If you want pictures where the Pastor Mosque has a group like that with 25 Egyptian pounds, okay? Or the other traditional pictures like this, they made them just in 5 minutes. The remains of the royal palace of Muhammad Ali, which is just walls now, because everything inside damaged many years ago. It was connected by the mosque because this one dedicated to Muhammad Ali and to the high official people in his time. And they took the other mosque here as a hassle, temple for their horses. Before that, we considered Muhammad Ali survivor so much. After that, we considered him enemy because he didn't respect our religion and it's the red law. He got his horses there. We asked the Turkish to serve them. White slaves were used as soldiers to gain wars or to defeat the enemies. We used them as servants but in a different way. Muhammad Ali made a lot of things for us. He started the first education system in Egypt. Before him, we were just farmers. Here, the open courtyard and the inside part, which they used to pray toward this Mecca. Mecca in Saudi Arabia, the most beloved place for all the Muslim people. All the Muslim people crave to go there at least once a life. But it costs a lot now, at least 30,000 Egyptian pounds. And there is no obligation. It's not obligatory to go there if we haven't enough money to go there. But if we have, the God will ask us why we didn't go there before. Okay? Come with me to show you where is the main source for the water here, the wonderful well by the end, and the place there in front of us called the fountain, the Muslim people.
Thank you. Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Salam.
Walaikum salam.
Two covers, one in alabaster, another one in gilded wood, and golden in the middle. The big one can just a small one. By the way, they go and okay? Everywhere you will see that the ceiling is a dome shape to make it sound and all our religious places sound all the there's the five pillars of the Islamic religion. The first thing is only one God of Allah. And his love and prophet is means Moses is a prophet for Muslim people. Jesus is a prophet for Muslim people. The second thing, we have to pray 5 times a day. The third, we have to help the poor people. We have to pay them alms. The fourth thing is we need to go to bed. All of us have to go there if we have money to go there. If we have it, it's okay. The last thing, which was just a few days ago, we have 2 feasts during Ramadan. Starting by 5:30 in the morning, the 5:30 afternoon, no water, no drinks, no food, nothing at all. Why?
Hi lady, you like French mango? Richtig so grell, dass jeder Stein jetzt zur Reflexion. Da machst du nicht?
આવા કિતાબે આવી રહ્યા છે સામે બરાબર છે
આ વ્યૂ કેવો આવે છે
બરાબર છે
સ્મોક
વ્યૂ
એટલે પિરામિડ દેખાતા નથી
પિરામિડ
What's the name of this mosque?
This is the Rifai and this is Sultan Hassan.
રિફાયા
That's it. They don't want to.
રિફાયા મોસ્કીની બાજુમાં બેસી ગયા છે બંને બહેનો બંને બહેનો મૂવી કે બેસી જવાનું બે બેનમાં ત્રીજી બેને સમાવેશ થઈ જાય હવે વિડીયો કેવો ચાલે એટલે કંઈ વચ્ચે આવે વધો નહીં વાળ ઊંચા થાય
I like your photo.
બરાબર છે ગુડ
Look like an actor.
I think it's
Moving around, child, good, very good. All right, that's okay.
Which we have here in Egypt. All the various stones which we have were used here. 1, 2, 3, 4 schools. The main one towards Mecca was here in Egypt.
It's a school.
How they change it? The square shape by making this wonderful corner to be a square shape. Why? Allah. Allah. Like that.
It's like that.
Okay? To tell the people inside the mosque here what our Muazzin Sheikh will say. Especially on Fridays, on the big prayer for us.
They say
the
Allah.
meeting of us. No, they
રોહિતભાઈ બોલો મોટેથી એકવાર અવાજ સાંભળી અલ્લાહ
Allah!
Yes, you show it.
Oh, here, corner.
Okay.
Good. Chup. Hello.
I'm from India.
Good. Smile. Ega.
India.
Good.
How many?
Yeah. Lady. Lady.
That is fine. Go there. Yeah, follow them.
Follow them. Bacha here. Yeah, that's good. No good. La, Malka, Natka. Hajra mein rehne do. ચાલુ જ છે પણ
ઓકે સુધી
ચાલુ જ છે બોલાવું જ છે
આવી જાઓ હમણાં હલાવી કાઢો બીજો પાડી દઈએ મૂવી પણ ઓકે
Chip, fish. No, thanks. Hey, Silva.
રાજુભાઈ હળદ નહીં તો પાછી પડી
મારી પાસે ઘણા ટકો પડી ગયા કેટલો પૈસા ગણાયા છે
ખબર જ નથી કેટલા પૈસા
વસ્તુમાં કેરફુલ
I know part of the bed લીધા
اثنين بيبسي عادي واثنين بيبسي دايت واثنين سيفن دايت مظبوط التفويزه.
جود
يعني اثنين مظبوط بس. ايوه.
They were praying you another one. This is with apple. They were praying you another one. Which for you and then you did. Make your bed.
Already made. That's it. Hold on. Hare Krishna, Hare
રાજુભાઈ હુક્કો ટ્રાય કરે છે હેપી હુક્કા રાજુભાઈ એન્ડ એન્જોય હુક્કા ઇન ઇજિપ્ત એન્ડ ઇન કેરો રાજુભાઈ હવે જાઓ
મધુભાઈ
થાકી ગયા
શું છે કોણ થાકી તમે વાસ્તવમાં ચીન તો
India Shahinda
Alexander India चलो 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 चलो
I thought it was one of our
India all right good
Claremont banking permits Suez Canal was garlic naan to the range of 20 million.
the wine is finished or still there?
Who admires it, you know?
Bring him to
It's the biggest loan at that point.
હું પાડો જાઉં છું તમે મારો પાડો તમારો પાડો હું તમે પાડો હું મારો પાડો
ભાડો ભાડો શું કરો છો
પડી જઈશ
Follow to Chicago.
હા ધરાવ
એમ કરો ક્લોઝ અપ કરો તમે મારા કેમેરા
હું તમે મને ક્લોઝ અપ કરો અરે વાહ 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 વાહ
શું છે યાર
અરે હું તો તમે અંદર આખો
બહુ અંદર ના જવું,
કેમેરામાં જવાય
કોઈનામાં બહુ અંદર જવું સારું નહીં ભાઈ.
કેમ
અરે વાઈન પી જાવ ચાલો.
ના હા ચલો હા પૂરું થઈ મૂવી 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 શું છે કરે જ કરે ને અવાજ જ કરીએ છે. ચાલો ભારતી હેપી બર્થડે ટુ યુ. અરે ભાઈ હેપી બર્થડે આજે હેપી બર્થડે છે આજે એમને. હા હેપી બર્થડે. અરે હેપી બર્થડે એને આપશે કહું હેપી બર્થડે. અરે કેક મંગાવીએ ભાઈ કેક આવશે ને કેક
Make one subject from Claremont. Right. So how many subjects now?
How many? બરાબર છે કેતનભાઈ.
બાપુ એક આલુ ગોભી એક I know, but I don't know what you're doing.
We gave the security and guide also. Security guard we gave.
There is a problem and we are trying to get another bus.
Oh, another bus.
I'm working in that.
Oh boy. Such a mess. आपको दिवस
Today we definitely need more air conditioning in the bus. So if you're going to travel.
Without that you can't travel.
सजाना चाहिए
दिखाई एक बे 3 4 6
We can have a view. We can have
ઓકે
જોઈ લો જોવાના છે.
On the right hand you can see the sea pyramid.
Yeah, 3 and 4. I can see 4.
Sorry, we have a problem with they're good. Now I'm in trouble.
Okay, he's trying to get another bus. Checking depo છે ત્યાં ટ્રાફિક છે. કેલેન્ડર બટાકાની જેમ પકડે છે. જેવું શરૂ કરી છે. વેગન બટાકા ખાવાના બપોરે.
એમાં એવું છે આપણા બટાકા ને લોકોના રેગા
આજે પાકું શાક ખાવા મળશે.
શું છે ગીતા બરાબર રમે છે પાકા થઈ ગયા.
સારા કે છે તમે ગીતા કે રાજુભાઈ તમે પાક્કા નહીં બહુ સારા
સારું આ તો દવા કે તો પછી ચાલે ચાલે તો શું આવે છે
રાજુભાઈ
શું છે બચ્ચો
એકદમ મજામાં
છે કોઈ
કોને કે જરા બીજી બસ કરે
કીધું કે અરેન્જિંગ
કે અહીંયા બેહીને પૂછીને બૈરી હા પડે તો એમ ને
રાજ દુલારી સોજા આજે રાજ દુલારી નથી આજે રાજ દુલારી નથી થઈ જશે એટલા જણામાં આવી જશે.
આપણે બસ બદલાવશું ને
પણ બેહવા ને તો ના પણ છે કે નથી. સુરત આવા તાલા આંખો ખોલો જરાક તે પ્યાર આંખે દેતા સુરત આવા તાલા
તમારો વિડીયો
देखेंगे आज फिर चुप करके बिल्ली कटवार तुम सुन गई वीडियो मन की खाली और तीजो ला वो लोग के आजा मेरा
आजा मेरे मीत तुझे मेरे गीत बुलाते मेरी निंदिया मिल जाए दिल देखे देखो दिल ओ दिल देने वालों दिल देना सीखो जी ओ दिल देने वालों दिल देना सीखो जी सीखो सीखो
जा
Johnny no ja
Johnny no ja
चले उड़ जाने पंछी पहाड़ों के देश जाने यहाँ क्या है मैंने
क्या उभी રાખવાનો છે આજે મજા જવાની છે ના ક્યાં ઉભી રાખવાનો છે હા કિશન ભાઈ કેટલું દૂર છે હવે બધે બધી હોટલો કઈ રસ્તા
જાય છે કે કામ અડુકે દડુકે સાથે જ હોય છે આ રીટા છે ને કાંઈ ખબર લઈને પહેલી આવી જાય છે કે પર્સ લેવા ગઈ છે પછી આપણે ગણવાનું કે પર્સ તો નહીં લેવા હા નાદાન છે
જો બધા મને કે નાદાન છે
પણ નાની નથી એટલે બહુ ચિંતા નહીં કરશો થોડી કરજો
જબરી નથી કહી દો ગીતા
હા
કહી દો અક્ષર આવે ત્યારે જ કહો
ચાલે રેકોર્ડ ચાલે જ છે તમારે કઈ બોલવું છે મધુભાઈ ઓકે
સ્ટ્રેટ ફોરવર્ડમાં ડિફરન્સ
નાદાન એટલે
ઇનોસન્ટ
ઇનોસન્ટ
યુ આર નોટ ઇનોસન્ટ
ના
આવતા જ નહીં I like that.
ચોખ્ખા નતું ખાવું કઈ નતું ખાવું
ખાધું નથી એટલે આમ ઓકે
Give me some cereal, Chowra.
એ સારું પડશે અરે મને ઉલટી થાય છે એટલે
કેમ બેન
આટલી બધી
સ્મિતાબેન શું છે સારા દાડા છે જો જો ગોસાઈ ચમક્યા છો તમે આવું નહીં ઇજિપ્તમાં આવું બધું કરો છો નાઇલમાં નાખીને ખેડો છો
શું જોઈએ મેથી ખાખરા સુદાબેન
મંજુ માસી હવે મંજુ માસી is working very hard
هنا واحد لواحد كيلو 28
smile good
يبقى دي 30
smile good
اثنين هنا ادي 32
smile
اثنين هنا يبقى دي 34
welcome to Egyptian welcome here we walk like Egyptian good Salve, smile, good.
Hi, sir. Hi.
बच्चों इजिप्त चालू वांचे
But I must say that the time delivery was below, and I had always support and
Very good.
वहाँ पे से अरविंद भाई લાડુ બધું આવી ગયું છે બરાબર આ નાનું લાડુ આ મોટું લાડુ આ પેંડો આવ્યો ઓકે Spicy.
Okay, we'll try to get a bottle of water. Reunion with biryani. Yeah. Now just in front of
شارع بورسعيد.
The ocean beach.
هنا الجامعة بقى. This is a faculty here. Alexandria University.
مكتبة يا باشا.
مكتبة بعيدة هناك.
هي لا هي دي اللي جنبنا على طول.
لا يا راجل.
اللي جنبنا على طول على شمالك كده. ايوه شايفها.
ايوه بس البنات البنات انتوا طالعين من الجامعة
دي جامعة دي جامعة قصاد المكتبة بالظبط.
Alexandria.
اكيد دخلنا اسكندرية جميلة.
ايوه بس ده الاول كان ماسكها المحبوب. كانوا مسمينه المحبوب. وبعدين طلع ان كل الشغل اللي عمله المحبوب اللي اسمه علي لبيب ده بايظ. نضف لنا دستتين. نجيب لك بقى الريتس، عارفها؟ لا ما تعرفهاش. الريتس اللي هي بيبقى فيها شوك كده ويقصها كده ويبقى فيها بطاطا صفرا. يجيب لك ال 12 واحد، ال 12 واحدة ب5 تعريف. يجي 400 جنيه. قلت لهم مفيش عشاء النهارده، ده كان عشاء. ايوه. صح. ده هنا كانت كل الحته دي فيها معسكرات جيش. وفيها كان ملعب هنا، ملعب حرب. دي مصطفى كامل، دي الحته دي اسمها مصطفى كامل. وبعد بريدج هير. We will pass it. Here is Pizza Hut in Tanya Project. By the way, nearby the hotel, there is all this hotel offer the dinner. And we'll see if they can offer us the dinner and they have a nightclub. So Alexandria is very famous with this coffee shop, you see. The bridge there is nice one. It's on the sea, located over the sea. At Multaza Palace, where we are going to stay, we have another bridge very similar. In the winter, it's not so crowded as. I pay 60.
بتاع السنارة بيقعد 6 شوية على البحر.
نعم؟
بيروح يشتري سنارة يقعد 6 شوية على البحر. هذا تبقى جميلة.
You see, time Cairo.
Tell us the history. It's Alexandria because Alexander.
Yes, right. Yeah. لسه قدام شوية.
عندي هنا بقول لك شقة عند شارع جنيه من مكان.
دي هنا بتاعت الزباط دي مش كده؟ ولا لا؟ لا ده فورس. This is the Four Seasons Hotel at Alexandria. You see here on the right side. But it has no view. the sea here.
Good.
The sea will come.
Yeah.
By the way, tomorrow we will be on the other side, so you can get a nice view more than here.
There you go.
You see this? This is the Alexandria citizen. They are enjoying the beach, swimming. وانا بقى كده. يا بصي ماما البحر حقيقي.
الواحد يروح يشوف شورت يشتري شورت وينزل.
الابيض احسن، الاحمر والاسود اللي جنبه.
Sorry, good man. Good. Little bit.
حشاش على ايديكم. تاخد كابتشينو؟
Huh?
كابتشينو.
Cappuccino. This is James Bond. James Bond.
هيجيبك على النت على فكرة. بقول له هيجيبك على النت.
Alright. Good. Good, good. Hot sauce, good. Good, good. Thank you. Okay. Old Palace. All right. Okay, this is the palace, Alexandria.
Don't come now, we are going there, so you better stay out of there.
Mubarak, 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 Mubarak.
Yeah, just tell him hi.
Alapsi, Bharti.
મુબારક ને
બધા આવી ગયા છે.
જોવાની જ નહીં આપણે
Good.
એક હેલો હેલો કીધું ને
Hello.
હાથ નહીં લગાવતા હાથ નહીં લગાવતા
મને શું કામ લગાડવાનું? બીજે લગાડવાનો છે તો હાથ મારે કઈ તો પછી પાછળ આવું છું પાછળથી. All right. Good. બરાબર. આવો
હાથ પકડીને આવો, બહુ નથી હાર્ડ. કૃષ્ણાનો હાથ પકડીને આવો. ઇટ્સ ઓકે. નોટ બેડ. કમ. કૃષ્ણા વૃંદાબેન હાથ પકડીને લઈ આવો.
ચાલો. શું છે ઉષાબેન, તમારે સવાર પડી ગઈ છે? સારું.
તમે બધાનો લો છો, તમારો કોઈ લે છે
મારે જ્યાં પડશે ત્યાં
અમે લઈએ તમારો
પડશે. ક્યાં ગયા હતા ભાઈ? ભાઈ ને આવડે છે પાછા પડી નહીં જતા. ગઈકાલે તો પડી નહીં જતા. હેલો. હા, ઉભા રહે છીએ. તમે ઉભા રહેજો ત્યાં જ.
ચલો જલ્દી.
ના આવશે ક્લાઉડ નીચે ક્લિયર છે. હા, બધું સ્નેપ લઈએ તું કે તે પ્રમાણે.
પૈસા ને તો પેલા સનસેટ ના લેવા કરે
આપણે બહાર ના કઢાય પબ્લિકમાં.
હું કરીશ કે એ શું કર્યો હતો, શું કરે છે?
જુઓ આમ કેવો સરસ આવે, જુઓ.
બાજુ પર
છોકરીઓ
બંને આજે એક મિનિટ ઉભા રહેજો. પિપિનને પાડો તમારે.
જો
પડી ગયો.
સનસેટ ના સરસ આવશે.
એટલું નજીક બેસીને લઉં છું. એટલું સારું કહેવાય.
અમે સારો આવે. નીચે તો અમે સારો આવે. હા, કર This is a female. તું કર, આપ કર. The female form of Krishna. હવે એક મિનિટ.
ચાલો હવે તમારો લોકોનો. ચાલો તમે ઉપર
ઉભી રહે.
ઓકે. The last
All right, good. Thank you.
સુધા છે ને? સુધા. સુધામાં. I can take it. તમે ચાલુ રાખ્યું છે? ઓન છે રાઈટ? એમને મને ટ્યુબલાઇટ થાય છે. તમે ઉપર જાઓ. એક જ જણ ઉપર નહીં. રોહિતભાઈ પણ આવે જાય છે.
પ્લીઝ
રોહિતભાઈ ઉપર જાઓ. તમે કપાઈ જાઓ છો. આમ કપાઈ જાય છે. હવે થોડા આમ જાઓ. 3
તો બહુ ઠીંગણો છે ને
બધાનો હવે બધા
મૂવી કેમેરામાં આવે. હા મૂવીમાં આવે અમને આવે.
ચાલો.
Now his son is going to the set. We are in Alexandria.
And we have nothing to do.
So we are enjoying this night.
It's a private beach. So we are stuck here. We have not paid for the beach.
Rohit bhai watching.
I'll take it our email to everybody, okay?
This was optional. You do it yourself. Palace and garden to see. It was
Yeah, okay.
Let the lens go forward. सूरज नो को सूरज नो को જરાક નીકળે ને આમ તો 5 મિનિટ રાજુ કો રાજુ કો એટલે આપ કોની કાસે આપણે લક્ષ તો એક કામ આવ્યું નથી લેતો
This is Mediterranean Sea from north of Egypt. This is the Goswami side. I know, कौन है? तोर ना सो. Agita Ben, Lapsi uncle. छोकरा ना अंकल એટલે આ મિસિસ ગોસ્વામી. તમારું નામ શું? હું ભૂલી ગઈ. જ્યોત્સના બેન. હા જ્યોત્સના. આ મારા બિપિનભાઈ. હા he's trying to take a picture of sunset. And આપનું નામ?
દિનેશ શાહ.
દિનેશભાઈ શાહ. હા from Detroit, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. हाँ Detroit, right?
वो स्माइल करे तो स्टाइल का यही अदा था कातिल है इसने हमको मारा है.
Oh, this is a nice. Yeah, this is. Oh, and now I can take a picture of this one now.
It's like a big ship coming up.
Nice stage of the nice sunset. Like 7. This is all our group.
જામ બેસવાનું કે છે
અરે આટલું બધું ઈઝી ઓકે વિપિન ઓલરાઈટ
થેન્ક યુ રાજભાઈ
બનાના બોટ બનાના બોટ એટલે બેસી જાઓ બેસી જાઓ બેસી બેસી જાઓ
કામ કર અહીંયા બેસ અને હું ત્યાં વચ્ચે બેસી પ્લીઝ ભારતીને નહીં બચ્ચી
આપણે તો રોજ રોજ તો કરીએ આપણે તો 3 મહિના નોંધી તો બહાર જ નીકળ્યું હોય
હા હા
પાર્ટી હોય ત્યારે જ આપણે તો ક્લીન કરીએ
خلي تكييف هوا بس
شغلت هوا بس شغال هوا
تكييف مراوح بس
انا عملت
Your art.
yeah I like to think you saw that you were there right then you have to use the password so it's on secure anybody right
Now. Thank you. This is me.
I was on the other side I don't worry about it
I check the mainnet and you worry about it. Are closed. Nobody lives in this apartment. So I told her this apartment is either owned to the Egyptian out of Alexandria or they rent it and they use it only during the summer. 8 million. 8 million. No, the citizen of Alexandria is around 4-5, not with the internet, but they will charge, but not so much. Students. Really? Really. And for this year, she succeeded.
مش عايز امد عشان كده
لما تمدش انا هقع بعدين
بقول لك مش عايز امد
لما
عشان كده
تمد and other things One theater is good. So it's very pleased. It makes you very pleased. Pleasant. Yeah. Yes. It's in the Mediterranean. We are walking over the Mediterranean now. That is not the land. Yeah. You see the water is on the other side. Change the light. Yeah. Yeah.
See this, tell about this one, what is this? What is this? What is that? Division or
they call for Sapka or something like that. It's anything, by any way it's sport area. Yes. Police. There is something in the road, an accident or something, which makes this street like that. Your experience, you know? You know, like here they can find the same thing. This guy, they can also 5 minutes.
People have venues there, some kind of time period you guys can take care of pretty much anything.
No, you can find an either say nuisance, they hurt you by rupture. When the rupture means that you can expect statistically 60% can die. Some techniques have become so much sophisticated.
Then there will be surgery because there was a problem that she was there is an insurance, state insurance
Yes, my God.
And then after the 5th day, Arizona
usually after 10 days, it goes down. Then بعد ما نزلنا؟
لا ساعة قبل ما تنزلوا.
يا مدام احنا خارجين من المطار. اوكي عشان انت تقدري بقى. 10 دقايق، احنا ناخد اكتر من 10 دقايق، احنا في فلسطين. اوكي ماشي يا مدام. باي باي. جدا بينا.
لقيت انا عمال احل فرد الكوتش 10 مصابين بقى ايه؟ الدراع بتاعي اتخنجل عشان تشد العضله بتاعتها عشان تفك. قلت له طب تعالى امسك بس اسند معايا اللقمه دي. قال لي والله ظهري ومش عارف. قلت له طب ماشي. واخد 50 جنيه والله امبارح.
Who is this? Who is this guy?
This is Hosni Mubarak.
Hosni Mubarak.
Yeah, President Hosni Mubarak.
President Hosni Mubarak.
Yeah. He's the president of Egypt. عشان هم قالوا عايزين يمشوا بس على
بس الجامع بنتحدى بس الواسع دي.
ما انا بقول لك نقي. لا انا شفت حته
لا عند شكل
This is our hotel. बस आटो जूझू रख जो आटो जूझू रखें जा 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 जा
તમે બહુ થકી કાઢો છો
औसत क्या कहो गुड
ઓકે ઓકે
ઓકે ઓકે ઓકે બરાબર ડેરામાં જવું નથી નહીં
شكلنا رجاله ويلكم تو ايجيبت
वालेकुम सलाम
عليكم السلام
Oh shit
10 مليون بعيدة
اوكي الشاب بتاعك هيظبط دماغه وما شربش
يصور.
هو عايز ايه؟
يقول لي تعالى يعني مين عايز يصور؟
هنا زينا اللي بالك
هيصور اصله كتاب وتصوير بالهبل.
We are waiting for the guide. 10 minutes will pick her up and then she will tell us the program for the day. Basically, she is the fluent in English and she's the one who has survived. So,
agreement between the Egyptian government and the American
एक भी मैंने प्रार्थना करी हमारी प्रार्थना बाकी थी सूर्य कोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा. Alright? Which song? Yeah, which song? I didn't. It's in Arabic start. I didn't. मैंने रखा है मोहब्बत अपने अफसाने का नाम. मैंने रखा है मोहब्बत अपने अफसाने का नाम. तुम भी कुछ अच्छा सा अपने दीवाने का नाम. मैंने रखा है मोहब्बत अपने अफसाने का नाम. अरे कोई फीमेल वॉइस हुआ है मॉडर्न गवर्नमेंट फ्रॉम हियर द कुरान एवर सी और सिंग एवरी
to sit here?
बेसिक मुझे तो कर लोग को ब्रेक मारे
This song नशीलास नलिहास ठंडी हवा के खिलाफ कोई भी सच्ची है किसी का भी आँख लहिले पड़ोसी के गोले से आग लहिले पड़ोसी के चूल्हे से बीड़ी जलैले जिगर से पिया जिगर माँ बड़ी आग बीड़ी जलैले जिगर से पिया जिगर माँ बड़ी रुमाना निकाली लब से पिया दुआना निकाली लब से पिया ये दुनिया बड़ी दाग है ना 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 बीड़ी जले जिगर से पिया जिगर माँ बड़ी आग है महबूब मेरे महबूब
Bridge on the ocean.
मुझे पीने दे कुछ दर्द है मेरे सीने में मुझे मस्त माहौल में जीने दे मुझे मस्त माहौल में जीने दे मुझे मस्त माहौल में जीने दे मुझे मस्त मस्त मुझे मस्त मस्त हो मस्त मस्त मुझे मस्त मस्त हो मस्त मस्त मुझे मस्त मस्त मुझे मस्त मस्त महबूबा दर से सच कहते प्यारे सब
بصراحة سليمة الحمد لله.
الحمد لله ما ده خلاص ربنا هجيب لهم من 5000 جنيه كاوتش.
महबूब मेरे तेरी आंखों से मुझे पीने
يعني ده تلاوة كده.
العظيم والله العظيم ما بتشوفش شد العجله دي انت لا مش بتاعت البلد بتاع مصاريهم
احنا قربنا على الست خد بالك ها. في كازينو فندق اسمه فندق الحرم كده هي تبقى واقفه قدام فلسه شويه. فين؟
ده في الشارع خلاص السابق يا باشا الكلايت بس وصل لاخر العربيه
Of course, I don't expect you to see everything now because the palace is part of Alexandria. This bay, look at the bay well. It's a kind of a closed port. That's the entrance over the port. And one day, the enemies, the Roman Empire, they came through that entrance. More than 2,000. She used to say, I open my window every morning and see it in front of me. She spoke about a real wonder, a high building with a very unusual mirror. We'll speak about it. Concentrate the tour today of the old city. So this is the entrance of old Alexandria. Buildings with
انا هناك ايه بس لف معانا طبعا ربنا يشوفها.
Then look at the big building to the left with the name Metropole. It's not just a coffee shop and a hotel. I am showing you the spot of Cleopatra's temple. And you have something of this temple in the States. To see the buildings and get the architecture when we mix red bricks with concrete. The name. As well, if you step in, they still have old furniture. This building is at least 120 years old. And there are so many other kind of restaurants for seafood around, coffee shops around. We have and this place to the left is the entrance to the very old souk, the marketplace.
استنى بس بالراحه عشان ما تتحركش. هنا تدخل
لا جنب بقى هنا باين.
Always make fun of each other. Cairo is a mixture, but mainly of people from Upper Egypt, maybe some Arabs. Of course, in the modern time you will find a few hundreds of foreigners, but here at least half of the population, they came from across the sea. Whenever there was a kind of political problem taking place in Europe, by the end of the 19th century, first refugee from the two countries would come and stay here and just live as neighbors normally. Some English, French, we had Turkish, Armenians, we had from everywhere, but most of the people who came here were Greek. We'll speak about that, but now I would like you to look to the left. على مهلك شوية like the right is the teaching area.
احلى بلد
اوكي.
فن ايطالي لو بحبها ورقه يوسف جريانو ادريس
We should
It's a very strange period. Those minnows, because they knew that they had no background, no family, no religion, no name, no anything.
Hey, do you have my camera?
WhatsApp થોડું
લીધી
પણ મિનાર વાળું લેવાનું છે પણ મિનાર છે
نجمل فترة بيقولوا له ازاي يروح الميكروفون ما بيشتغلش كويس، الجايد مش عارفه تشتغل بيه، تمام؟ مش عارف العربيات. انا بعتبر ان مستر بيتر شيك كويس ده بيفتحنا مره واحده انه يرد عليا حتى يقول لي في ايه يا حمار مش يا ساتر. ما هو ده اللي حاصل، ده اللي حاصل. انا مش عارف يعني احنا في اسكندريه دلوقتي تقريبا يعني انا قاعد في العربيه مشغلين تكييف ما فيهاش تكييف، الميكروفون كانت 362 جنيه ونص، تمام؟
هتلف شمال وترجع.
ماشي هنسى اي حاجه، ماشي بس انا العفو هقول لك تعالى اركب العربيه دي والعربيه دي وشوفها، لازم يا ماشي. لا مش انا عارف سيادتك وشو واثق من الكلام سيادتك. ماشي ميرسي يا مستر وسوري بس يعني كل الناس ترد على الناس.
Dates back about 1810.
محمد علي.
The man is buried in Cairo, and he was born in Greece. It was peaceful. Everyone liked and respected the other. Life was much easier. People were keeping the. We do respect that struggle, working from sunrise to sunset every day. You earn very little. Here, this is the main street of the ancient city.
Tram.
Going southwest. Keep looking to the left.
Yeah, they're running right now. Okay. It's coming again, one
We
more.
can see the yellow tramway. We don't have it but in the old city because it's slow. But on the other hand, it serves lots of us. Look how quick I get in it because it's very interesting when I have nothing to do, nothing else to do. But it's fun.
I think it can go faster, but the street is very crowded.
Find cats, dogs, beautiful girls every Friday morning.
All right.
We call it Souk Friday. Souk They sell parts of people now.
Part of people? Part of people.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Here is the interesting souk. And it's more interesting because as you see it full of life and colors to the left, and the way they sell usually with a drum and they make a noise.
لما شايفها 20 دقايق هو تدريس
दीदी को भी वहाँ बैंक क्या है बेटा टोपी ऊंची रखो जरा फेस सारा आवे मुझे फेस पे बताओ जरा सर है ना जुल्फे बराबर चलो टिकट लो ऊपर हर्षा बच्चे आवे से मारे
ચાલો પછી ફોટા પાડજો
આ મોડર્ન છે બિલ્ડિંગ
ચાલો એ સુધા
This is modern Alexandria. And this is ancient.
Third century after Christ. So one day there was a temple here. And this temple was dedicated a family, a man, a wife, and a son. The man was worshipped either as a man or as a bull. His name was Serapis. His wife is Easter, and the son was called Horkosna.
Kumar, barabar Farjo. All right. आपसे
अरविंद कुमार
all right, this is a Roman theater.
More than 3,000 years old, older than my city itself, and they were
built high crowns, huh? Tall crowns. Although like Nefertiti's, how it goes up like that, is that no, but
It's a
beauty,
crown.
beauty, yeah.
This is a mid part of a body.
they made her later.
Really? From no, I asked her like 3 daughters.
The legs or the stomach. छाते वाली डॉलर
हाँ नौ बनाया
किन्ने चन्नी पूरा फोटा बुलाएगा good Faculty of Medicine Medical College
لا في معبد يهودي هنا مفتوح ولا مغلق؟
Faculty of Pharmacy
لا اصل عندنا احنا في مصر القديمه مفتوحه من في مصر الجديده في واحد بس مقفول محدش
لا بتاعنا
بيعدي.
بندخله كده وبطريقه وديه مع الاهل بس يقول لك لازم
يكون يعني
مش متحف
بقول لك ايه
لغايه البحر
الكوليدج
من قبل المكتبه يمين
بعد ما خلصت تقريبا حاجه بسيطه وصلوا الى انه خلوه يدخل مستحيل.
Alexandria University.
طلعته ونجرس تاني.
طب البنت دي راحت فين؟
ها؟
ما شفناش انت؟
لا كان التليفون بقى بكلمها على التليفون.
البنت فين؟ معانا؟ يا مدام بنتك لسه صغيره وهي تعمل له 100 مره.
خليه
الناس زي ما
Or medical college.
دول الناس مش كده.
خلي بالك خليها تعرفوا
مش عارفه بس بقت عاديه
لما بيحصل هنا يجي لك تتجوز بنتك وتكون متجوز. But now we have a private and bring medicine, whatever. 30,000 to 60,000 a year. Also we have, yes, also we have the American University.
Great. Alexandria great.
لا طبعا لا
બેન અને બહુ સરસ સ્મેલ કરે છે ઉપર એલેક્ઝાન્ડર ઉપર જોઈ રહ્યો છે
What were you waiting for? There's no time to wait.
મસ્ત કેટલા પાડીશ પણ
પાડવા દે ને
ડોમ પાડો
અહીંયા પાડી દે The most precious thing for Alexandria is the library.
The statue is a present from Greece, but it's a copy made of marble. The ancient library was built during the reign of King Ptolemy I, but it was really flourished during the reign of King Ptolemy II, whose statue is out there at the entrance over the pillar, next to the palm trees over there. Can you see it?
Yeah.
That statue was actually under the sea water for 2,000 years. It was found in 1995 and went to France for restoration for 3 years. Then it came back to Egypt in 1998. The ancient library consisted of two libraries, the Royal Library and the Daughter Library, but unfortunately both of them were destroyed on fires. By the way, this is not the original location of the ancient library. It's controversial, but most of the scientists agreed that it used to be Now this is the main reading area. The area in which we're standing is called Callimachus Triangle. Callimachus was a Greek poet and he was the one who came up all the web pages since 1996 up till today. And those snapshots are retaken every couple of months. In addition to that, we share in the 1 million books, and the books are now available online through a website that I'm going to show you how to access in just a few minutes. In addition to that, the library also has 7 research centers under its supervision. One of them is called the ISIS, or the International School of Information Science. They started a project about
To stay for 10 hours, you have to pay us $600.
Don't worry.
Divided by 30 person, $20. Good Dr.
Only cash.
Only cash. We don't accept any or even, listen to this, or even Egyptian pound.
ده سلامة انا ما عندي كاميرا ديجيتال في البيت دلوقتي يا سلامة وتشوف عليها صور مثلا تصور وجت صفحة واحدة معدية الهوا بس في أي منظر يعني مش شرط يعني مشكلة
مصور الواحدة معدية
والله مش الواحدة
يا ابني ده انت صغير على
والله
It's a principal street. It goes from north backward to south, from the sea to the entrance of the city.
Good.
Look to the left. This is the main mean of transportation, the blue tramway. It only costs very little, like a quarter of a pound to take you for 20 kilometers. Look please to the left. This is the Christian cemetery.
Left, yes.
And this is the Egyptian part of the cemetery. It's the Orthodox section around here.
All this area is cemetery.
ان شاء الله طفولة اعرف طالع من البلد
عايزينك يا باسم كده تشوف لنا محل كده زي
not expensive. It mainly helps the students or the people who are here for commerce.
ما دام ممكن مفيش محل هنا بيعمل كشري حلو ونضيف كشري President Hosni Mubarak.
ربنا ياخده ده انا كده
No, we're looking at the two down below.
ادعي له كده ورا الفتحة ربنا ياخده
عشان نرجع عشان الطريق
انا هجيب شوية مكرونة
طب ما تبعت لنا حد من دول اللي معانا مستر جورج
City Center.
ابعت لي بس باسل عارف الناس والناس عرفوه وانا عارفه وعارف موبايله وكل حاجه. باسم مستر جورج بيقول انك معانا بكره 8:30 هتجيني رمضان.
هو ده هنا صح؟ ده فوق.
ايوه انت ماشي صح. في فتحه يمين كده.
اللي هي جايه داخل منها العربيات دي. سوليتير دي صح؟
وراهم في اتجاههم هتلاقي يافطة كبيرة مكتوب عليها جوه.
والله ما شاء الله.
في الآخر
लोकांना बिझनेस करतात कोई कंप्यूटर लाओ छे ने
નથી ચાલતું પણ
ચાલે લાવો તો ભૂલી નથી કહો ને
રાજુભાઈ તમને ત્યાંના $100 વધારે આપવા પડે તો લોકો પછી આ લોકો બધા બોલ્યા કે બેસમેન્ટમાં મૂર્તિઓની લાઈનો મોટી બની હશે અને ગ્રાન્ડ લિસ્ટમાં બેસે તેની યુ અન્ડરસ્ટેન્ડ વોટ ઇઝ ધ બેસ્ટ બેસ્ટ
last year the problem with the business ticket is discussing with the Salabi.
Just 1 hour any caste, any given what?
Be careful, huh?
શું બોલો
આ બધા એરપોર્ટ કન્ટ્રીઝમાં એરપોર્ટના ફોટા નથી લેવા.
إغلاق المواد التي معكم كذلك يمكننا تماما استخدام التليفون المحمول فوائد الأجهزة الإلكترونية الأخرى حتى الغروض مثل الترانسفير وضع الطاقم الغروض تنسين سلام بإذن الله. شكرا. P1-6 ladies and gentlemen, it looks very important to fasten your seatbelt from the back of your seat and fully away. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen.
Queen of Egypt. kita kan barabar spendang akhirnya juice pee rahe છે બરાબર we just welcome
Welcome, Raju bhai.
Welcome to Adonis.
Raju bhai, we are so glad you are here and keeping a record of this whole thing, like the
That's good.
history of the friendship and everything. But you are half crazy, you know that?
Well, thank you very much. Only half you said, okay?
Giving everybody his room number. So, I think it's better to go to have our lunch.
Then single
Take
bed.
your luggage to the room. And after we have our
How
lunch,
would you like?
you go to the room for a while, then start to
You want lucky number. Who wants the large one king size bed or two beds? We have 3 king size or 1 bed. On the rest 2 beds. Okay, તમારું નામ શું? આપણું આપી દક્ષા. કાપડિયા. દિલીપ સિદ્ધપુરા.
પણ અમે બી બોલ્યા છે
પહેલા અમે બોલ્યા હતા આપણે
લખી પછી લકી ડ્રો કરશે પછી લકી ડ્રો
છે એની પાસે.
લકી ડ્રો કરે છે
ઓકે સિદ્ધપુરા.
તે કે જે શીખેલી જે એની વાતો એની
नहीं रहती
Nice one.
Habibi.
Nice one. Sammy's down to
Habibi.
Habibi.
How are you?
Inshallah.
I will give you a gift of Habibi.
Okay. All right.
આજે ભાઈ ખાઈ લો બધું ખલાસ થઈ જશે.
કસો ના ખલાસ. હું ખલાસ થઈ ગયો છું. Okay, all right. क्या है रीता क्या है yes this is the king in the king's bed now
I have it already.
I know
ઘણા બધા મૂળ આવેલા ત્યાં બધા આંટી આવે
અમારી સ્ટેટનો મહેશ બટન
all right very good yeah nice chicken good
chicken, rice,
very good
music,
yummy
Shaban,
Shaba good all right
noodle, macaroni.
Good. What's your name? Mahmoud Yusuf. Okay. All right.
તમે અહીંયા લગીને આવ્યા રાઈટ ત્યારે તમે ન્યૂ જર્સીમાં રોકાવા
We start with Karnak Temple and after that we visit Luxor Temple. Years during the time of the New Kingdom, that's why the monuments of Egypt at that time concentrate in Luxor, either on the east side or on the west side. That period was a period between 15. Luxor is an Arabic word, it means palaces. Into 2 sides, the east side where we are now and the west again in the east and so on. So they choose the east. Each temple used to have a triad or the god Amun used to be area. The 2 temples were connected together by a big part of that avenue of sphinxes is gone. The modern city built on top of it, part from that avenue of sphinxes, especially at Luxor Temple.
सारी जो घोड़ागाड़ी सारी जो दिखावड़ी छुपी
The summer there and drove them in the south to spend the winter here. The two of the south is the old winter palace in Luxor and the old cataract in especially
a lot of books.
What does it mean? There was a water canal connecting the temple with the Nile, starting from here, from behind the wall here. That water canal was connecting the temple. They're representing the god Amun, because one of the forms of Amun as a ram, so they're representing Amun himself. They made by Ramses II. That's why King Ramses II put a small statue of himself in front of each ram. What does it mean? It means
this most sacred part in the middle, then they go out from there.
good. The most important part of the temple for this.
The whole inside the.
You mean the whole temple?
Temple top
No,
cover.
no.
They ever put it
No.
top.
Some parts were open, like.
Who damaged the ram?
Wait for me, please.
Alright.
Do you have a name for the group?
Lower.
It's typical Arabic or Egyptian word, alright? So, here we are at the open court of the temple. When you say open court, it means it had no roof. It was open to the sky. In this place, we can notice a lot of different things. The first thing you can see here dates back to the time of building this pylon. It gives us an idea how did they build. Third, Ramses III wearing the headdress. On top of the headdress is the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. He is wearing the false beard or the ceremonial beard, and he advancing his leg. It's made out of sandstone, representing Ramses II alive. Look at me. The second, it's made out of granite, representing Ramses II wearing the headdress. On top of it is the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. He is holding some royal symbols in his hands, like the crook and flail.
Game on the bronze. It's photography.
No.
Come on, make some sense. This
is a picture all over. What is that?
All right.
Look at the picture all over.
Date out there. Date.
Yes, some has a still there is a color blue and
Это просто не просто так. Россияне так делают. Россияне. Тут так. Французы. Глупость. Как они глупы? Они открыли.
Popac, more, del બધું છે.
Nash al-Sur.
From the word Khawarna, which was a name of a citadel in Iraq.
What?
A name of a citadel in Iraq. But the first opinion is more common and comparing with the other one. Right? Only one remaining now, the one of Moses the first. It is about 1500 years before Christ. The obelisk of Moses the first. It is one solid block of stone, one solid block of granite. And granite.
Get the coke and one gland.
These two cut the obelisk to do the decorations and reliefs and everything before the flood time. Used to build representing Ammon in the form of a man wearing a crown of two long feathers on his head. Yeah, this is the second form of Ammon, right? This is statues made by the young king Tutankhamun, the one who died when he had 18 years old. The part, the top, and one of the legs, but the middle has been restored, right? And also restoration done to his wife, the goddess Moon.
What's the son's name?
Khonsu. Khonsu.
How do you spell?
Khonsou. Khonsu. Khonsu. All right? All right. Let's go this way.
Okay. The original roof. The original roof.
That's all it seems like they've done. Continuous, you know. Bicara ખાવાનું મળે અને
You can see some pylons here. That is the seventh one. Look at me, please. The seventh one, the eighth, the ninth over there, and the tenth. That area.
All right. ચલો બીટલ લાખજમાં બરાબરનું વેરી ગુડ ઓકે રોહિત ઓલરાઈટ ચલો 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 ના તું કરી લે
Hit the lottery.
hit the lottery now hit the lottery good the beetle stone God and the white moth, all the different pictures down below. Top part of the epistle. Ciao.
Yeah, see, this is better. So at least you can see so much.
The human face and the beast body. हाँ लता का वो घेटा बेका का सब पिक्चर हो मैंने that is a old घेटा बेका this is a modern घेटा बेका अंदर है
चलो बस की तरफ जाना है यहाँ नहीं बैठा हुआ
अभी भी यही बैठा हुआ है चलता ही नहीं
सभी लोग आ गए
Luxor temple
Habibi. Habibi. અહીંયા કોઈ પડી જાય પાછા ઊંઘવા
Those are all these things, you know.
I know.
Too much of a good thing is not good.
નાનું ટેમ્પલ છે પેલું મોટું ટેમ્પલ
Come on, guys. Okay. Move.
Around the horse and the king, the enemies great scatter in a small point.
Right, yeah.
Depicted their enemies in a very little point. That means nothing them because the great king of this place is surrounded by columns on both sides, and between the columns used to be statues of the king, Ramesses II. Some of them still in a perfect condition, like those two over there, representing the king wearing the head dress, wearing the ceremonial beard, and he is advancing his leg. That means the king alive. They're made out of granite. Some of the statues are damaged, like the statues on this side are damaged. Kind of capitals called Corinthic capitals. We didn't find that kind of capitals in the Egyptian art. So it is Roman columns. Alright, let's go inside please.
سنة حلوة يا جميل سنة حلوة يا جميل سنة حلوة يا جميل سنة حلوة يا جميل
Happy birthday. तुम जियो हजारों साल साल Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Take care of you guys. Do you think so? We need to be taken care?
What?
बोल रही है ना?
She always got to take care of you, whether you like it or not. Even when the food should take care. It's better to see it. Her mother.
small
Mahmood. We have an actor named Mahmood in India.
I went to you did go there? Yeah, not so. It doesn't show how you do quantification? It's not so good.
Yes. To the right hand side is Luxor Museum, and in Aswan, when you are in Aswan, there is the Roman period and the Christian and Islamic period. Out, you can. And
there is a place to show.
We have to be earlier here in the
Convoy area.
هالصوب بس دي غلط ولا حاجة؟
Okay.
لا لا ما حسيناش بحاجه العجله يمكن
ايوه استاذ
سؤال بقى كرو
استاذ راجع تاني راجع هنا تاني الشارع تاني انا كرنيه
انت رجعت عادي تسلى
حبيبي
نجيبهم تحبهم
Later on we'll change.
exercising regularly. ઊંચી થઈ છે એટલે થોડુંક પેટ વધે છે.
NBC News Media. NBC News.
ઓઇલી નથી કાકા ને.
Are you jelly, no?
Never like.
આખો મ્યુઝિક કરતો ગયો છે લાપસી. હેપી બર્થડે આજે રાત્રે આવે છે
આજે રાત્રે પાર્ટી
ગુડ
ડિનર મારા તરફ
ખાલી પેલી બેલી ડાન્સર બોલાવી લેજો
તો આવજો ને.
શું છો સાબેન
મજામાં.
બરાબર છે
હા બરાબર છે.
લવ છે નહીં બાબુ ઓકે હેપી બર્થડે કીધું કયો હેપી બર્થડે કયો પાછું
કહું ને હેપી
પાછું બીજી વાર હેપી તો નહીં જરા ત્યારથી હબીબી કરતો હબીબી કરો જમા કરો જોબ કરો એના કહીએ હસબા શરમાય છે બહુ બધું કારણ ઉષા છે ઉષા બહુ શરમાવે છે એટલે શું કરે ચાલો
તમારા બે
પિક્ચર લેવું હોય
સોજા રાજ દુલારા સોજા
25 kilometers south of Luxor in a place or in a village called Kos. Another one locating 20
convoy of all the buses.
الفلاح راكب الموتوسيكل
મોબાઈલ બધા આપણે સ્ટીક પર મોબાઈલ આપણે લઈ જઈએ ચાલે
That's right.
રોડ સાઈડ પર
That's right.
You see they stop the other way so that we pass so
this is the channel from the Nile.
yeah this is small channel from the Nile river to irrigate this
man-made. Man-made.
He knows.
वो हालिस नहीं निकली जाएंगे The hut house.
She's doing right.
Repeat. aristotle का
डांस करते हैं
Dannare, 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 dannare. The गाड़ी की जब बने, I was sleeping. The double story. Hello. Double story, mega, mega. Amen, चलो हाँ dannare, dannare, dannare,
By the way, this camera has a in Arab it means blessed, blessed, blessed one.
Yeah.
So we said Mubarak, Mubarak. Yani blessed Mubarak to
That's right.
the Egyptian.
Benedict.
Mubarak, congratulations.
Yes. Benedict. You see the Nile here is very wide.
Very wide Nile.
Yes, very wide. Very, very pretty one.
Very wide, very
This
wide.
is the life of all the Egyptians. Wow. You see, there is a very few Nile cruises which has a program from Aswan to Cairo. It takes about 12 days. What? Nile cruise.
What is the name of the city?
To Cairo.
Kena.
Cairo to Aswan.
Kena.
Kena.
Yes.
12 days. Not nice.
City name Kena.
Big boat? Like our boat.
Are we here?
Maybe, yes. You want to sit here? 33 على خواجات واثنين مصريين.
ماشي حاضر يا فندم ماشي. Was the main seat of worship of the goddess Hathor or Hathor, the cow goddess. Dandara, this area was the capital of the 6th province of Upper Egypt. On the site here was only one temple, 2 horns, and the sun disk in between. Hathor
was the goddess of love, music, beauty, joy, and fun. That's why during the time of the Greeks identified their goddess Aphrodite by those who called the followers of Horus.
Oh shit. So now?
Abdal is sitting with me.
Okay.
She's keeping an eye on you because you are half crazy.
Thank you very much. I'm only half crazy. Thank you for the dog food. I know early morning then that's an advantage, you know.
He worship cow.
આ લોકો છે ને અહીંયા કેવું છે બધા લોકો
તમે ખાવ છો? આલ્યું કીધી? નહીં. આલ્યું
આ લોકો ફેસ ડિસ્ટ્રોય કરેલા.
The remains of the ancient temple. So, some of the records mention that there was an existence of a temple on the site here by the time of the prehistoric period, the time of the very early period. And it's mentioned that those who built this temple were known as the followers of Horus. Later on, by the time of King Cheops or Khufu, the one who built the Great Pyramid at Giza, it is mentioned that he built a temple here on the site, and this temple was dedicated to the cow goddess Hathor or Hathor, the goddess of love, music, beauty, joy, and fun. And by the time of King Bibi the first, the king of Ethiopia from the 4th dynasty, Bibi from the 6th dynasty. The whole kingdom, including from the 3rd until the 6th dynasty. Then, by the time of the Middle Kingdom, including two as the golden age of Egypt, because the glory of Egypt reached its highest degree at that time. Everything reached its highest degree, the art, the mummification, everything got its perfect degree at that time. And by the time of King Thutmose III, the king of the new kingdom, the 18th dynasty, he took care of the area here, and the temple of the new kingdom was so flourished by the time of Thutmose III, and the main celebrations of Hathor started by the time of Thutmose III. The rituals, the gods were chiseled out or hammered, it's done in later times. So, all of these columns are known as the Hathoric capitals or the Hathoric columns. When you look at the top of the gate of the temple, you can see a sun disk with two snakes and two wings. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
What the winged sun disk was a symbol of religion, telling us that during the very early time, during the time of Ra, but and the story is telling that Ra had a big group of followers. And part of that battle, Set and his followers.
धीरे धीरे short circle. Good. Habibi. Good.
تعال ليه؟
And they divide the year in 360 days. Not 365, just 360 days. They divided the year into 3 seasons, 4 months each. 70 days each month, 3 weeks each. 10 days a week. So it was very well organized. For 3 seasons, well, the flood season, the agriculture season, and the harvest season. But there were 5 days by the end of each year for celebration. They didn't consider them as part of the year. They didn't calculate them as part of the year, but they added them by the end of each year as days of celebration. And then they used to start the new year and so on. So, the year was divided into equal parts, equal months, equal weeks, equal seasons. Right? And normally the ancient Egyptians used to start their celebrations by the beginning of the flood season. Flood season in June or July. Also the ancient Egyptians, they had the goddess Nut, the sky goddess. Well, just look at the corner over there. Look at the corner. You can see her head, her face. You see that? Her arms. All right? Her belly. Along the whole wall, her belly, which seems like an ocean of water. All right? Her legs or feet. All right? Look over there. She is swallowing the sun disk, the little disk of the wing. All right? With the one wing. With the one wing. All right? After passing through her belly, she's giving birth to the sun disk again from her back over there. All right? Also, under her belly, you can see a group of 18 boats. That group of 18 boats. These 18 boats representing half of the year. Each one representing 10 days. Half of the year depicted here, half of the year depicted on the other end, which is still getting restoration over there. Right. Also, pictures on the ceiling is coloring on the ceiling here, and other 6 depicted on the other side. We just try to show you as much as you can of the, you can see the twin. You can see the Taurus. All right. The ram. The fish. Where is the fish? Do you see the other part of the star sign on the other side? Half of the year here, half of the year on the other side. But as you see, they are doing restoration on the other side. So we try to see, if possible, the rest of the star sign. You can see the carving and reliefs are in good conditions on top of the wood. The majority of reliefs inside the temples representing they're offering to the gods. The kings are offering to the gods. Different kinds of offerings to the gods. As I mentioned before, everything was allowed to be offered except the human sacrifice. We didn't have any human sacrifice in the ancient times. Right? Let's go this way, please.
But they must be respecting women so much. Even if the woman is right?
Yes. No. We had no way to get light. For that reason, they invented a way of lighting. That kind of small holes at the ceiling. Small holes at the ceiling. Especially during the daytime when the sun is shining on top of the roof. The sun could make a shaft of rays on the floor. By the reflection of these rays using some silver mirrors, they could light the whole area. Right? You notice that in many places at the temple. Right? So, follow me please. This is the holy place of the temple at the same land. Why? Because they are connecting to the same rituals of Horus and Hathor, the same triad, the triad of the temple here, Hathor, Horus, and Hor Sematawi, the triad of Edfu, Horus, Hathor, and Hor Sematawi. You can see the sacred boats of the two gods together. This is the sacred boat of Hathor, each end of the boat decorated with the head of Hathor. And this one is the boat of Horus, the falcon god Horus. That's why each end is offering to the sacred boats. He is burning incense to the sacred boats of the gods. And he is doing the same on the other side.
That's how they started hookah. That's how they started hookah.
Yeah.
You know.
It's a kind, they burn incense in it.
This is how we started Aarti.
Yeah.
And then see, it's so much similar. Aarti karta, and Aarti ni offering of the fire, right?
Aarti started long before. You go through the thing. There was a professor of physics in Penn State. He has given the documentation of various dates. Okay. And he has a
This is a great documentation about the underwater discovered over a period of time. You can see
कुछ भी नहीं है what is here is there right
No.
એટલે કેટલી સ્ટોરી ડાઉન કરી છે
That one looks nice, that one.
Only gold is up there on the top.
આખી wall નું કાર્ય સરસ દેખાય છે. જે આ angle થી સરસ દેખાય છે.
બરાબર.
આ angle થી. પછી then you do close up. ઊંધી સાથે નજીકથી છે ને
Rohit, over here.
Der Blick von oben in der Mauer und das Niltal ist da und die Grenze hier mit Gebirge an dieser Seite. Und das ist das Hauptgebäude. Und Hauptgebäude da können Sie jetzt mit mir sehen. Ja, so.
We're on the top, going on top of the temple.
of the original one. The original one at the Louvre Museum now. It was taken by the French to the Louvre Museum, and this is Taurus, the twin Leo.
Fish, I see fish.
Fish.
The crab.
Where is the fish?
The crab.
Crab.
You can find the scorpion somewhere. Where is the scorpion? All right. So all.
I thought that was
Vidya patharon गान गाओ तुम गीत गाया पत्थरों ने सूरों की राज पर दिल की पुकार पर गीत गाया पत्थरों ने
Yes, I catch you. I save your life. I owe you your life. Okay. So you belong to me.
Apa boleh kita orang? Bisa. जगह का नहीं हमार कितना बड़ा जन्म है क्या रहे वो भगवान सुपर जाम से बात शांति बात है दूसरा जाते It's not for making up. Nanti kejaran kan? Suja. Suja Rajkumar. Ya, berapa? 50 is what?
10 Egyptian pound, 50-50.
English and what?
10 Egyptian pound, 50-50. 1 English.
That's good. Very nice.
Anybody want to touch?
No. Sure.
You believe me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walid. And now you will follow me upstairs.
Okay.
What I want, you can give me.
I can give you a slap.
That is what I wanted one time.
Spice is my membership.
Good.
Sandalwood share. They have sandalwood.
Okay? Good morning.
Good
Nobody
morning.
speaks English?
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed. I will be your guide here, okay? 5 Egyptian minutes. Okay? Without sugar?
गाड़ी स्मेल करे चला था
أستاذ محمد محمد أستاذ محمد 25 دقيقة Yes,
क्लियोपात्रा
Number 4
48 to 40 look at a woman but what is it? Okay, barabar guess. Okay, sandalwood. Bipin barabar guess. Dua chal भाई कितनी बार करे थे जल्दी कर और नेक्स्ट आई जाके से दुखा मरेगा नेक्स्ट में अबे चलो तो जी Mubarak Library.
Thank you.
This map has 100 years ago, so we shall notice different names that have been changed in the time of today. Okay? We have the second part for this map. We have also this collection map.
Previous WMM. This recent excavation they done few years ago is not open to public yet. We can see the rows of all the cows god around it, and it's supposed to be connected from Luxor temple to the Karnak temple. It is going this about 3 kilometers, and it is also then say that there's maybe many things will be inside inside is all the land too, which is buried now in the sub-city land. Luxor Heritage Museum. They're fighting actually.
This list يقول for عبد الرحمن الصوفي. عبد الرحمن الصوفي. He is
Ramses II. And we end our timeline by the Greco-Roman period, which started by the reign of Alexander the Great and ended by the death of Cleopatra VII. Khufu. As an example, let us start with King Khufu, or Cheops, as he is known to the Western world. Actually, in this first picture, we see a sky view of this pyramid with the tombs and temples around it, and we can also see the Museum of the Sun Bones. Moving on to the second screen, the burial chamber of King Khufu, with his sarcophagus displayed, and on the third screen, we have an image of the statue of the king. Here, we should stop a moment to elaborate more. Like any cover page of a book that we publish today, it has a title in red that reads Correct Method in Reckoning for Grasping the Meaning of Things and Knowing Everything that is Obscurities, and there is a part missing here, and All Secrets. Then the dating. At the time of ancient Egyptians, they used to give the year's numbers starting from the reign of the king, and they also related it to seasons. They used to have 3 seasons every year, and each is divided into 4 months. 9552 BC, which was 1,000 years before the time of Pythagoras and Euclides. Finally, on the cover page, they put the name of the scribe who had copied the papyrus, and his name was Ahmus. Thus we see the similar area of a rectangle. The second is the area of a circle. The third is the area of a triangle. The fourth is an area of a truncated triangle. The fifth is similarities of triangles, and another 6th problem. If we look at the layout together, every problem is bounded by 2 black lines to separate them, and then in every problem there is a title in red, and then the statement of the problem to the right, and the solution of the problem to the left. Let us go through one example. The problem is to find the area of a rectangle, and we will go through the solution step by step. The first item is in this botanical garden, he documented the different wild plants, animals, and birds that existed at that time. The pylon of the temple, followed by the different halls, and finally by the area that was built by Thutmose III beside the sacred lake. Now we are going to zoom into the area to see where the botanical garden is. This is a closer view of the part of Thutmose III, and the blinking parts are the walls of the botanical garden. Let us investigate the details of the walls of the botanical garden that existed at that time, in addition to different birds and animals from that period. Since the sizes of these walls are bigger than the size of the screens, we have introduced the facility of turning the walls along the screens. In fact, our team that is working on documenting the natural heritage of Egypt has made an effort in order to identify the different species that are on the walls of the... We have coupled these pictures to the databases of our Natural Heritage Program, and we can see from this database information about this bird, such as its name in English, Arabic, and Latin. Its name is Latwin, or Zokzakshani in Arabic, a description of the bird, where you can find it in Egypt, and also an image of the bird while standing and while flying in the sky. If we move to another example, which is this black bird named the glossy ibis, again we can get information about this bird and where we can find it in Egypt. Another famous bird still existing today is the Egyptian goose, a domesticated bird that is found in lots of farmer houses in Egypt. Let us shift to examples that were in Lower Egypt. However, today this plant is very rare all over the country. Famous because the content of his tomb was discovered intact by Howard Carter in 1922. Now let us view some of his artifacts that are present in the Egyptian Museum. These artifacts are all scanned by a laser scanner so that there can be a three-dimensional view of them. Let us look together at this vase that is the form of a lion, and we can turn it around to see its beauty from different angles. The representation of the king by a lion is a symbol of power. A second artifact is this vase, which symbolizes the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. You can see these two formations to the right and left, showing the unification of Egypt. Also, the cartouche of King Tut is at the bottom of the vase. If we turn it around to see it from all directions, again, we can appreciate its beauty and perfection. A third object is the headrest of King Tut. We have many of these headrests, but this one is special given that its legs are made in the form of a lion's foot. It is beautifully decorated, and once again, we will turn it around to view it from various angles. A fourth object is the throne of King Tut, which is made out of wood gilded with gold and silver. The throne has the representation of King Tut with his wife in front of him. Additionally, there are lions' heads on both sides of the throne, and lions bowing at the foot of the throne. Here are the wings of Horus on both sides, and at the back there are 4 cobras. For the ancient Egyptians, cobras were the symbol of protection. Moving on to other artifacts, we have this beautiful cup. It is in the form of a lotus, and of course, it has the name of King Tut on the side. Everything was personalized. Now, the beauty of documenting heritage using today's technology is that not only can we view these artifacts from all angles, but also we can make some virtual restorations to the objects. For example, we can see is the head of the leopard. It has been virtually restored, and we can also view it from different angles. We know it belongs to King Tut since it has the cartouche with his name at the top of the head of the leopard. The last item we are going to view in King Tut's collection is the ointment jar that is surmounted by a lion. It was also used for perfumes, and it is one of the masterpieces in the collection. In traditions, the heir to the throne had to be a male, but Hatshepsut could cleverly trick her way to assuming the royal title after the death of her husband-brother Thutmose II through claiming that she was the initiated divine daughter of the god Amun-Ra, and started dressing up in a man's clothes, since only male figures were allowed to become pharaohs. Hatshepsut's reign was an era of prosperity and peace. It was marked by fruitful trade relations with the countries of East Africa, the land of Punt. The temple of Queen Hatshepsut was built by her director of works, genius architect Sinemut, at the foot of a high mountain. Therefore, it was homogeneous with nature, with its quite fabulous, stunning temple. Some inscriptions that represented the transfer of the colossal obelisks devoted to Amun-Ra in Karnak as a witness to her superlative achievements. The Middle Terrace. In this terrace, Hatshepsut recorded the immemorial journey to the land of Punt, currently Somalia, on the walls of the left colonnade. The story of the divine birth of Hatshepsut as a daughter of Amun-Ra is also illustrated on the walls of the colonnade of the right terrace. The upper terrace. Here lies the main sanctuary of the temple cut in the cliff, the walls of which are decorated with figures of Hatshepsut. Her daughter Neferura, king of the 19th dynasty, had a long reign of nearly 67 years, during which he erected several monuments. The most important were the temples of Abu Simbel, the Ramesseum, and magnificent structures at the Karnak and Luxor temples. Now let's visit his famous columned court which he built in Luxor temple. The columned court of Ramses II is encircled from three sides by colossal statues of a king with members of his family, namely Nefertari and Merit Amun. There are two sitting colossal statues of grey granite for the great pharaoh Ramses II, wearing the double crown at the entrance of the processional colonnade of the pharaoh Amenhotep III. Ramses III. Ramses III is the last great king in the New Kingdom. He defeated the coalition of the Sea Peoples. He established the temple of Medinet Habu on the west bank of the Thebes and another in Karnak. It is believed that he was murdered in Egypt and resided at Thebes. During his reign, we can enjoy the Egyptian Museum, which was built almost 100 years ago in 1902. In 2002, we were celebrating the centennial of this museum. Here we have an old photo of the museum taken during the beginning of the 20th century, and it shows the museum and the square in front of it with the tram running around it. The story began earlier in 1890 when the museum was hosted at the Giza. Here to the right, we can see the Francophone University of Sangor, the building of the Port of Alexandria, the Sissa Hotel, Saad Zahir Square, and finally a remarkable place in Alexandria, the Library of Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria was inaugurated in 2003, and the building was designed to look like the sun rising from the sea. To the right is the conference building, and in front of it is the planetarium. Now let's have a look inside the library. We go in from the main entrance and move with the people inside to the intermediate hall. If we move along with this group of children inside to the entrance, we will see the various services of the library. With this, ladies and gentlemen,
of the world
did through a span of 20 centuries.
The result is this fabulous labyrinth of facades and passages, esplanades and corridors, perspectives and detours to which only priests and pharaoh had access.
It's too dark.
But the Egyptian is at ease in the circumvolutions of the divine. Near to the father and the mother is the son, Khans, standing rigid as a mummy, with a crescent moon picked out upon his oblong head. They made up the Karnak triad, the Holy Family, for whom, and for 2,000 years, ceaselessly, complex fortifications were built by the hands of men.
Resting place for the holy box beside the avenue. It is made up of 3 contiguous sandstone chapels. The chapel of Ammon's bark is in the center. The chapel of Holmes is to the east. The chapel of Mut to the west. I believe this edifice is worthy of Ammon, and worthy long to bear witness to the glory of Seti II.
Men always believe they are playing the last act of their long history. Each pharaoh believed he had completed the city of God. But a new pharaoh came and thrust the glory of the last into the shade.
I, Ramesses III, conceived that more than one resting place was needed for the sacred barks of the Holy Family. So, midway between the sanctuary and the river, I brought into being this edifice, a veritable temple with pylon guarded by colossi, peristyle courtyard, pillared hall, and sanctuary. Henceforth, it shall be here that the 40 tonsured priests in 8 ranks of 5 shall halt, bearing the ark of God along the way to the landing stage when the time comes for the God's journey to Luxor. For the
is no more than an edifice in a corner of the vast courtyard where we are this evening. The pharaohs came and went. The new year returned in mid-July with the impassive rising of the waters. And during the second month of flood, there was the beautiful festival of Opet.
Then, as every summer, we would have witnessed the passing by of the 3 barks of the Holy Family, borne aloft on the strong arms of men. The bark of Amun, decorated at prow and poop with ram's heads.
The bark of Mut, his wife, decorated with female figures wearing necklaces.
And the bark of their son Khons, decorated with 2 falcon heads, surmounted by the crescent moon. For the bark is the symbol of the movement of the world, the pedestal of God. It is the throne of the pharaoh, the instrument of war and of building. The civilization that erected the columns and colossi at Karnak was a river civilization.
It was by bark that the rose-colored granite, the diorite and alabaster were brought here, each flood bearing tons of raw stone to be shaped and molded on the everlasting work site.
There is something profoundly moving in comparing the tremulous, almost fluid inspiration of the Karnak workmen and the hardness of the stone in which they wish to immortalize the bending of a reed or the drooping wing of a cormorant.
Leading to the chambers of God, the panels that are genuine cedar of the Lebanon.
This is the dwelling of Ammon. These are the mighty stone organ pipes of Karnak.
Let's listen to the confused hollow words that seem to speak from these walls, thick with the inscriptions of signatures and brands. This reading is most of symbols. Imagination fails, falls lifeless at the feet of these 134 columns of the Karnak hypostyle chamber. by the unbelievers of the pious in the river, which brought to Egypt both its grace and its knowledge. Some of the columns are open, that is to say, their capitals are open, while others are closed. Reaching the heart of the mystery. Pylons, obelisks, vestibules, chambers, colonnades. Dynasty after dynasty enlarged and developed the labyrinth of night. Here we must evoke the most ancient pharaohs, like Tutmosis I, Tutmosis III, Amenophis III. But the history of reigns and events seems so insignificant compared to the imperishable testimony of faith. Men are so made that they remember better the invisible than the real.
2,000 years of royal annals, festivals, mourning, battles, love stories, intrigues, expeditions, mingle here like the myriad leaves of a tree. The god Ammon is the tree, and each pharaoh has merely written his name on the leaves.
Here, in a recess of this courtyard, archaeologists brought to light one of their finest discoveries, referred to as the Karnak hiding place. From time to time, to make way for new offerings, the old ones had to be removed. And here, in a single communal grave, a pile of treasure was found. 779 statues of stone, and 17,000 of bronze. Not to mention the wooden ones that had not withstood the onslaught of time. Kings, queens, priests, dignitaries, standing, sitting or kneeling, in black or rose granite, in alabaster or marble, all thrown in pell-mell, and among them the sublime statue of the great builder Tutmosis III gives us an idea of the prodigious opulence of Karnak.
Our journey to the heart of the night will now take us
under. Faced with the powerful mystery of Ammon and the amazing network of the god's defenses, we feel insignificant, exiled as a mere mortal at the gates of the tomb.
The mortal came to the gates with all his poor life possessed. His black shadow that followed him upon the plaster of the walls, upon the soil of the fields, and the surface of the water. And a strange winged creature, perhaps his soul, sang in his heart.
It is time to climb to the high terrace to see Thebes slumbering beside her father, the Nile.
Perhaps the open sky will make things clearer to us. This sacred lake, on the banks of which you have come to dream, for one can only understand by dreaming. This mirror set in the rock has reflected the finest firework display of antiquity.
dazzling gleam that has lasted 20 centuries. As soon as one cluster of stars faded, another pharaoh fired another salvo. And this will be named forever the splendor of Thebes.
For the light that faded to the north, at the foot of the pyramids, arose again, here upon the Acropolis of the high valley over which Ammon was to reign. And Thebes reconquered Egypt, imposed the force of her arms over the surrounding country, founded merchant exchanges, cemented alliances, and brought to the feet of Ammon the tribute of all the glorious, submissive cities, Byblos, Nineveh, and Babylon.
It has been said that Thebes was the first city, the city of cities. Homer named it the city of 100 gates. For 100 trumpets sounded its bell.
And what did the archaeologist Champollion say?
Thebes is the greatest word in any language.
She spread along the banks of the Nile, a rich capital city, along the horizon of the east bank as far as your eyes can see, enveloping Luxor upstream, and touching the periphery of Karnak downstream with the fronds of her palm trees. Karnak, the obscure, the mysterious, from which she drew the leaven of her power. 100 trumpets shrill thy name, O Thebes, and echo thy beauty. Here, along the Nile, crowded thy palaces, thy public buildings, thy embassies, the villas of thy ministers.
Only the gods have endured. The houses of men, built of fragile clay, have left no trace, have faded like a mirage.
And yet they were pleasant houses. Their floors painted with the lotus flower, their walls with frescoes of flights of wild duck, their wooden galleries, their trellises, their arbors, and their maidens clad in transparent garments.
The cases of papyrus scrolls tell us the titles of the poems that trembled on the maiden's lips.
The lovers' sycamore, lovers bathing, waiting for her love.
Only the cases have come down to us. The papyrus scrolls they contained have reverted to dead leaves. This verse that was found hardly stirs an echo in our memories.
Your love is in my heart like the reed in the arms of the wind.
The fragile, iridescent image we have of Thebes is the one that the dead have taken with them to the depths of their tombs.
Look now over the river to the west bank, where the sun sets every evening behind the Valley of the Kings.
It is the shore of the dead, the beginning of the beyond.
If some lights are still shining in the necropolis, it means that the embalmers are late at their work.
Their patron is Anubis, the somber god who prowls like a black dog around the cemeteries. Their god is Osiris, who knows all the secrets of the resurrection and watches 70 nights over the mummification workshops and the endless swaths of wrappings.
When the wind blows from the west, the scent of herbs drifts across the water, and a bitter sweetness wreathes about you like the perfume of crushed myrrh.
It was there, in front of you, that the pharaohs, mingling with their people, undertook the laborious journey to eternity. It is there that the Egyptologists found them.
Perhaps they did not quite succeed in conquering death. But isn't it amazing enough that today we can gaze upon the thoughtful parchment faces of the great rulers of Thebes in the depths of their sarcophagi? The faces of Thutmose III, Ramses the Great, Meremptah, still recognizable after 30 centuries of sleep. The first arrival was in the tomb. From the other bank, long contemplated the great construction site of Karnak, ceaselessly humming with the activity of their successors.
This is the grand archaeological site where they all brought their stone and their prayers. For this divine city of Karnak, a ceaselessly growing collective work, ceaselessly improved, ceaselessly reshaped, is much more than just a temple. The pharaoh drew from it his legitimacy, his crown, and his energy. He brought to it his homage and his victories. He came to it to seek renewal and strength in his disappointments, to seek comfort and draw the sap of it into his soul. He was a mere leaf on the tree, a tree that plunged its powerful roots through the blocks of stone. We can still almost feel it quivering.
We shall only dwell on that instant when the lights seem to flicker, and the torch of Amon seems to be going
We are at the turning point of the 18th and 19th dynasties, more than 3,000 years ago. Before it, every Thutmosis and Amenophis. After it, every Seti and Ramesses. Now, we are at the moment of unbelievable sacrilege and revolution. Amenophis IV changes his name, his god, and his capital.
Above all glories he set love supreme. And his beloved wife Nefertiti shared his dream of a new faith and a new city.
Ammon no longer existed. Even his name was effaced from the monuments. The new god was called Aton.
One God, the Son, love. The heretical pharaoh took the name of Akhenaton, devoting himself to his new worship, his poems, his prophecies, his new city of El Amarna.
And Karnak seemed to be relegated to the shadows. But the new religion lasted only as long as its inventor. The chisel, ruin, and fire all conspired to obliterate his image.
The new pharaoh was a child.
This child was to restore the ancient worship.
He rekindled the 1,000 lamps of the abandoned temples of Karnak. He took the traditional name, and if his earthly life was short, since he died in his adolescence, his posthumous glory eclipses that of all the others. For his name is Tutankhamun.
His makeshift tomb was dug in the very floor of the Valley of the Kings. Over there.
It escaped the looters for 3,000 years. And in 1922, everything was there.
The sarcophagi, one inside the other. The statues, the jewels of gold, the sacred and profane furniture, the alabasters, the porcelains, that prodigious treasure that still draws the crowds, and that mask encrusted with lapis lazuli and cornelian, which stares at us from the depths of the night with the enigmatic smile of an immortal young man.
We must descend even lower than the tombs to understand the origin of this strange gleam that seems to outlive even the ruins and almost to materialize in the obelisks. Needles of stone torn from the rising sun, often inlaid with an alloy of gold and silver, they stand proudly gleaming above Luxor, above Karnak.
Let us return for a moment to the distant centuries when the world's first great queen, Hatshepsut, was inspired to dedicate 2 golden obelisks to Ammon. Listen.
Behold, I was sitting in my palace, meditating upon the being who created me, when the voice of my heart spoke, telling me to make 2 golden obelisks for him. My spirit took fire, thinking of what the men who would later see these monuments would say. They would say, "Why this mountain of gold?" But my dream was beyond my power. My 2 obelisks were not of gold, but of single stone, hard granite without a join, and the expedition to bring the stone to me took 7 months.
pylon, I can see the largest raft ever built floating down the Nile in the time of the floods. Barks are there to guide it. Flat on its planks are 2 stones of rose granite. They are the obelisks of the Queen. It is the expedition to Aswan returning. Glory to Queen Hatshepsut. May she live forever.
Now the 2 obelisks have been set up. I must finish their dedication. I shall add this. Thinking of future men who will not have seen the realization of my dream of gold, I wish at least that they may be able to say this, that my mouth was excellent in the words that issued from it, and that even in granite, I never went back on my word.
Torn from their native land, today obelisks rise in all the capitals of the modern world. In Rome, Paris, London, Istanbul, New York.
Above the vain tumult of cities, these stones stand like fingers raised for silence, preserving the tradition of ancient Egypt's meditation.
Farewell, sweet Queen Hatshepsut. Your memory pervades the evening like the fragrance of your incense. You who to honor Ammon sent an expedition beyond the Red Sea to the kingdom of Punt to seek that precious tree that you succeeded in transplanting to the sacred orchards in Karnak, the incense tree. A papyrus tells us that in the period of Ramesses III, there were 81,322 men in the service of the god Ammon. These were divided into 125 categories. They were in charge of the 421,262 animals, the 433 gardens, the 2,395 square kilometers of fields, the 83 ships, the 46 work sites, and the 65 villages belonging to Ammon's domain.
This is the secret of Karnak. Here, God is not a thing of solitude, a ceremony. God is a hive of activity, a metropolis at work, day and night.
Naturally, there are the baser tasks of the city. The crowded farmyards, the laden trellises, the papyrus presses, and the nobler tasks, the working of gold and silver, the polishing of the columns, the fashioning of the sandstone blocks.
But above all, there is the fabulous machinery of the universe. For God is in charge and is responsible for the functioning of the world.
Upon the terraces, priest astronomers observe the movement of the stars, are responsible for eclipses of the moon and the rising of the sun.
Other wise men, bending over their desks, keep the maps of the empire up to date, and the much more complicated maps of the kingdom of eternity. Watching over the furnaces, others supervised the mysterious metallurgical union of silver and gold into electrum, whose shining plaques would clothe the obelisks.
passage of time is a permanent care. The year has been divided into 12 months of 30 days, and each month into 3 decans. There are 5 days of respite left to forget the passage of time before a new year returns on the 19th of July.
Each day has been divided into 24 hours. But summer and winter, day and night both have 12 hours.
In summer, the night hours are short, and in winter they stretch out lazily. This implies the permanent labor of many teams around the clepsydras, kinds of water clocks, in which the minutes flow drop by drop.
The flooding of the river, the responses of the oracles, the ever-perfected impedimenta of the dead, the destiny of Pharaoh, the interpretation of dreams, the mood of the crocodiles, the sulking of a heron, the training of choir boys. All these are part of the program of Karnak.
And the breath of Ammon turns the machinery of the world in the heart of the Forbidden City.
But each year, the harvest done, the grapes gathered, when the new wine rises to the head, Ammon takes a short holiday. On his barge of state, he sets forth for a honeymoon on the river.
He goes to Luxor, where he honeymoons each year with the goddess Ammon.
This is the beautiful festival of Opet. The joyous echoes still seem to come down to us from the depths of time. All the details are inscribed on the walls along the great colonnade at Luxor.
Once again, in this month of Pali, the people of Thebes are gathering at the gates of Karnak for the grand festival of the god Ammon.
To know that the granaries are full and that the grapes are already fermented.
Silence! Here come the standards and banners that open the procession.
The masked porters are moving up again from their resting point.
There's the ram's head and the power of the divine bark.
The barks of the moot, horns, and the pharaoh are following in order.
And you can just make out the baskets of fruit and flowers through the plumed parasols.
The front of the procession has reached the landing stage. His voice is on his vessel, and in his wings to face the current.
But the current is strong, and the bare-chested men in the towing tugs row for all their worth.
And they never succeed if the men on the bank were not holding the cables.
Listen to the Darabuka players, rhythming the oars now.
One behind the other, you can see the divine barks as dazzling as the sun.
The sacred fleet has reached Luxor.
Luxor, that the people call the harem of God.
And how could it be better expressed? This tender mystery that will reign over Luxor for 10 days and 10 nights, so that the world may be reborn, the cattle may multiply, and the earth be fertile.
Take thy joy, O Ammon.
and give us joy too during these days of feast.
While we await thy return on the 11th day, and thy glorious descent of the Nile, and thy return to Karnak.
Happy 30th.
Third time around.
I thought it was 21st.
Are you going to get a driving license?
Oh, it was fun.
Hey.
No, I know.
Yeah. I got it. बच्चे जो आपको આપણે બધા પધારે છે આપણે
हमारा बता
આજે બધા હર્ષદને ખવડાવ્યા હર્ષદભાઈ બધા એક પછી એક તમે ખવડાવ્યા
હર્ષદભાઈ Come on, Ushaben. This is what?
Yeah, we eat together.
ઇન્ક્વાયરમાં જોવાનો ઇન્ક્વાયરમાં
जाने दो
ચાલો early morning બરોબર સામે ટેમ્પલ દેખાય છે Good.
ટેનેસી વાળા
ટેનેસી વાળા
આપણી બોટનું નામ મૂનશાઇન છે
શરૂ કરી દઈએ ને
પ્રસાદી લેવા માટે
હું તો ચેવડો લાવી છું
ગુડ સરસ ટેમ્પલ કશું અલ્લાહ ત્યારથી કેવું છે શું ખોલી રહ્યો છે
કેક
અશ્વિનભાઈ બરાબર ગુડ અસ્મિતા ઠંડી બહુ લાગે છે અત્યારે બધું બિલ્ડિંગ બધી ગઈ છે પડવાનું
Little bit wind. So we just wait to confirm from our pilot if you can fly or not today. Because we're not looking for your money, we're looking for your safety.
Very good.
Your coffee.
Okay, so before
Alright, Umesh, the place.
જગ્યાએ 4નું બાસ્કેટ હોય છે જગ્યાએ 15નું બાસ્કેટ હોય
આ લોકો પાસે કે વોકી ટોકી
બીજા પેલા લોકો 3 જણાએ મોડું કર્યું છે એ લોકો મોકલે તો 150 માઇલ દૂર એના કરતા રાજેશ કે બસ આ લોકો 3 જણા આવે એટલે જઈએ એમ કે છે
याद के फूल को
Yes, wind up yours. As you see, a lot of granite blocks here in the area because this place was the granite quarry of Aswan. It was the main source of granite in Egypt. So all the obelisks at Luxor or anywhere in Egypt taken from here. The statues of the kings from here. Everything. So by the time of the old kingdom, some granite blocks used at the pyramid, especially the second pyramid.
Okay, I'm taking my.
I think it's just written. Photogenic body એટલે તે ત્યાં જાવ
આવી ગયો પડી ગયો એકમાં પડી ગયો
Right, do it quickly.
Deep breath.
Ready?
Yeah.
Next. Okay. Next.
No, I think we are done.
જરા મોડું વસ્તુ જ રાખજે પણ મલાક ઓકે હિસાબ સુધ ને કરી નાખે એકદમ આવી ગયું બધું પાડે આપું
You have become expert now.
We pronounce you the camera.
Time is over. Time is over. One more.
Photograph ceremony ले दिया जी. Rose garden.
ઉષાબેન પેટ કેમ છે સારું છે
You get it so confident.
Alright.
We are going to see unfinished obelisks.
Yes.
It got unfinished because.
Alright. Oh, it's cut.
Call somebody else.
બધા હબીબી કરવાનું ભૂલી
Okay.
જાય
Everybody quiet. Here you can see the unfinished obelisk.
Yeah.
This is the unfinished obelisk. This place is famous with this obelisk. Because this obelisk give us an idea how did the ancient Egyptians cut that time. So thousands of people were working at the quarry here, some of them making the hole or happened through the body of the obelisk. That's why it was left in place. They didn't finish that one, and they chose another rock or another mountain to make a new obelisk.
So how do they lift this up from the bottom?
They roll it. After that, they build, or they used to build huge boats or barges made out.
You don't want to come, you are okay. If you don't want to come, that's fine. Okay? You just be sitting.
Or we are coming back.
No, we are going to.
क्या बनाता था लोगों बनावे थे पल्ला ना ना चाहा पार में चलो
ના તેને ત્યાં જવાના છે ત્યાંથી નીચે ઉતરવાના છે ત્યાંથી નીચે
પહેલા ચડવાનું છે
હાઇકિંગ કરવાનું છે પહેલા
इलेक्ट्रिक
ના પછી તો પછી પાછું બેસવું જોઈએ. बोलो गाना गाओ. साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे साथ जाएगा मिलकर बोझ उठाना. सोचे
to smile that kind of a stone. It's a heavy stone.
It's very heavy.
It's
How do you spell this name?
it's much harder than
બધી એક્શન.
You're right. How you spell it?
આનું પેન્ડન્ટ બનાવે છે આવું છે.
તમારા માટે.
ચાલો જાઓ સાથે જાઓ કોણ જાઓ જાઓ જાઓ. दिल की पुकार गीत गाया पत्थरों ने. That's one day.
Look at the Nile.
Everywhere. Whoa.
જો કેટલા ઊંચે પાણી છે પછી અહીંથી ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી પ્રોડ્યુસ કરીને નીચે બહાર નીકળે.
Hello.
I'm going to
No, instructor.
I'm going to say that I was very pleased to serve this group, and really I didn't expect that all of them are such good and very Habibi and very Habibi. Okay, thank you again.
Me too. I am so happy.
Your name.
My name is Mervet El Masri.
Your name.
My name is Habibi Sami Shalabi.
Good. Start from here.
Yeah, Ashok Kumar, Indra Kumar.
Good.
We are from Farrukhabad, UP. I graduated from Jaipur, 1967. My wife is from Agra. She had Master and MA and B.Ed.
Good.
2 kids.
Good.
2 kids are married.
Good.
I have 2 grandchildren. We enjoy the trip very much.
Good.
Have a good
All right.
time.
Okay. Enjoy your company.
Enjoy your company, Raju bhai.
Hello, my name is Sunil Gosai. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm from VS Medical, Ahmedabad. 1981 graduate, and my wife Smita.
Hello.
Middle name
Patel.
What city you are in now?
Pittsburgh. And we have 3 kids.
All right.
Tejas, Meena and Shiva. Thank you. We had so much fun.
30 seconds up.
Harish and Sudha Rawal, Jackson, Michigan. I am a neurosurgeon. Entered medical school in 1967. 2 boys, Tejas 30, his wife Marie. He is ENT, she is anesthesiologist. And younger son Rajan, he is in Wall Street. He is 25.
Say hello to Piyush Patel and Kapil Patel.
We will, and we had a great time with all of you guys.
Hi, Ashwin and Anita. Louder. Ashwin and Anita, practice in Yuma, Arizona, pulmonary critical care and sleep medicine. Class of 67 from PG Medical. 3 daughters, Yasmin, Kelly and Anita. Yasmin, Kelly and Jennifer. My wife Anita, say hi.
Hi. Fantastic.
How are you?
I'm great.
Feel good?
Had a wonderful
Stomach
time.
okay? All right. Chalo. ચાલો બોલો તમે.
Umesh Goswami, graduated from high school. Umesh Goswami graduated from high school in 1965. Main work is swinging around and tour organization. The last achievement is Egypt tour. And my wife, Goswami, she's a doctor. And I have two boys, Amitabh, Asutosh. Two boys, Amitabh, Asutosh, and Ami, daughter.
We provide CME too.
We provide
please.
CME and all the question answer is
everything. We'll pass you.
Thank you.
You have it in your computer? Alright. આ બે બહેનો બોલતી નથી.
Okay,
તમને હસબન્ડ વગર ચાલો બોલો.
Shatu Patel, I'm from Ahmedabad, graduated from a government dental college in 74. Right now,
ચાલો પેલો પહેરવા પહેરી લો જલ્દી.
ટોપી પહેરવાની જ વાળ.
ટોપી પહેલો પહેરી લો તો. પહેરી દો જલ્દી. ચાલો બોલો ચાલો. હવે બોલો.
એને તો વેચેગી.
ચાલો જલ્દી બોલો.
Jai Krishna, you can call me Jay. I'm from
Jacko
is another name. I'm from Gainesville, Tennessee, north of Knoxville in India. I'm from Durham, which is on Claremont line, practicing internal medicine.
5 seconds left.
Okay. And I enjoyed this trip real well. Raju is a special man.
Hey, myself Arshad Shah. I'm from Anaheim, California, practicing cardiology. And I am from Baula, near Ahmedabad.
He is a connecting with Ahmedabad and Baroda.
Baroda, right, yeah.
Alright. ઉષાબેન તમારો ચાનો મસાલો બહુ સરસ હતો.
Thank you.
બહુ ભાવે. Very good.
મેથીનો મસાલો
ચાલો પેલા બોલો બોલો.
No, you don't need interview.
Sure.
Go, Raju-bhai, behave.
No, for other people.
Oh,
Ahmedabad.
We love you, everybody. We had great time. We had fantastic time. I'm Rohit and this is Geeta. And we were
Rohit
classmates.
and Geeta Patwa.
Okay, very nice.
The singer of the group.
The singer of the group.
Female lead.
And I married Rohit.
And this is Tabla Master. Alright.
30 seconds.
And we have two sons.
I have two sons and I'm
Samir and Sachin. Sachin is available.
Sachin is available.
Alright.
Sachin is 20.
Yes, that's right. He is in management, hotel management.
You go in 60 minutes. You're good.
Alright. બોલો ચાલો બોલો બધું ભાઈ તમે બોલો જલ્દી.
Hello. Thank you very much for having a good time here. My wife Vrunda Madhu Katakia is Vrunda Dhurandhar. I'm Madhu Katakia. She's dentist. I'm medical. I'm a neurologist with 3 daughters. 3 are married. I have 4 grandchildren. And that's it. My kids' names are Sonam, Sheena, Ryan, and Matthew.
Good.
Thank you.
And we appreciate your spirit. You are doing very well with your ankle fracture.
Thank you.
You are stronger than Madhubhai.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madhubhai is chicken out every time. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you are chicken and she's a duck, but she can walk.
Recording થાય કે બધું.
Record થાય છે. ચાલ થઈ બધું કરું. REC. बोल जल्दी बोल.
Dilip Sitpura, my Habibi.
Oh Habibi.
Rida Patwa. And I'm going to change my name to Dilip Patwa.
Gitani Modi band.
And we have a son, Rishi.
અવેલેબલ છે ઉંમર
અવેલેબલ છે સારી સારી છોકરીઓ ફોટા મોકલજો.
કેટલી ઉંમર છે? ઉંમર 27 છે.
સારી રૂપારી ને ગુણવાળી જોઈએ.
He's doing MBA.
ઓકે.
લતાબેન બોલો તમે.
હું ડાયો
મને બોલવા જેવું કઈ નથી જોવા જેવું પણ નથી. બોલવા જેવું પણ નથી.
હું ડાયો થાઉં છું પણ દોઢ ડાયો થઈશ તો વધારે પડશે. દોઢ ડાયો થઈશ તો.
Go ahead.
કેમ છો લતાબેન? નમસ્તે. પડે રસ્તો. ચાલો બોલો. બોલ નહીં ચાલ નહીં. બોલ બોલ તું બોલ બોલ હવે ઘરે તો બોલે જ છે તું બોલ જલ્દી બોલ. યોર મેડિકલ કોલેજ એવરીથિંગ.
I'm from GS Medical College, Bombay.
now Mumbai, and we have 3 kids, 30, 29 and 23. And what else? I'm a cardiologist here in Upland.
છોકરાના નામ શું છે છોકરા?
Ankit, Samit and Vishal.
They're all available?
They're all available.
Age?
Age 30, 29 and 23.
So, any girl will be okay. The three candidates.
I'm Harsha.
And she is controlled by Harsha at
I'm
home.
Harsha Pataria. I'm his wife. I'm Sham. My maiden name is Sham from Bombay.
This is the old name of Aswam.
Jain Wadia. Thank you.
Hello, Raju bhai, this is Arvind Lapsiwala. Bond, James Bond.
Jaldi.
32nd. A graduate of Borough Medical College in 1969. I am a surgeon. I am a writer. I am a good husband. And
બે છોકરાઓ છે હજી એમના પર કુંવારા છે.
Boys, they are available.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
That's right. નોનવેજ ખાલી છોકરી જોઈ છે.
Mercy Lapsiwala. I'm here with economics.
Good. All right, ચાલો. જલ્દી. સુધી જમાઈરાજ. કેમ છો? આમાં જમાઈરાજ છે.
Wife Daksha.
બધું નવું છે એના માટે છે.
I'm from Bombay, an engineer. 2 boys, Milan and Mithul, both are available.
Daksha. I'm a pediatrician, graduate from Surat Medical.
All right. ચાલો પછી.
Hey, Raju bhai, Ketan Parikh, Walnut, California. Originally from Baroda.
Okay.
I'm married with 2 kids.
Okay.
Daughter 23, son 15.
He's a sportsman. He likes to go on ski.
He will be an Eagle Scout this year. The top honor you can get. And that's it.
Narendra Bhatt, wife Krishna, 1 son, 1 daughter. Daughter pediatrician, son MBA. Living in Anaheim Hills.
Married.
Aerospace engineer.
Okay, good. Okay, Krishna, બાકી રહ્યા બોલો. Krishna.
થેન્ક યુ રાજુભાઈ બધા ફોટા મોકલજો વિડીયોમાં ઈમેલમાં અથવા અમારા ઘરે
તમારું બોલો તમારું
નરેન્દ્રએ કહી દીધું
એલર્જી થઈ ગઈ છે. એલર્જી સારી છે હવે હું ઓછી આવે છે.
બરાબર
લગ્નમાં બોલાવજો ભાઈ. 2 દિવસ પહેલા. 2 દિવસ પહેલા.
Electricity dam.
તમને આપી જાય
ડેમ નો પડ્યો સ્માઇલ નહીં આપ્યા કે ડેમ નો પડ્યો.
સ્ટેશન ઓફ ધ ગાન આપણે જવા દો. Attention, very important rules. Very important. The video cameras are not allowed here.
Okay, Raju Rana, Baroda Medical College, 69 batch, practicing in Colorado, California, and we have a lot of fun together. Habibi, Allah Rusala. અને આ સ્મિતાનું માથું આવી ગયું વચ્ચે પણ that's okay. All right. Largest lake.
બધું લઈ આવવાની જ કારણ કે એકચ્યુઅલી
friendship tower between Soviet Union and Egypt. We helped to build a dam, Aswan Dam. A dam starting from this end, I think, going around it over Nile River or the wall of the dam. Habibi, chalo. Just we have some centimeter.
આમ બધા જતા રહે આમ આવતા રહે થોડા મને ખબર જ નથી યાર
તો
માણસાનીમાં જગ્યા
બરોબર પડે ને બધાને બધા ઓડી કરી નાખી ભારતી બરાબર પગ
મૂવી કેમેરા બસ નહીં પાડો 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 હવે ખ્યાલ આવી ગયો ને કે મારા મોઢા પર અડધી મિનિટ રાખવાનું આના પર 10 સેકન્ડ અને પેલો ફોટો કોનો છે
મારો છે મારો
લાઈટ પાછળ રોક
used to be covered until a high level with water. That's why the UNESCO and its member states started to save these temples, and there were different plans to save this temple, and the final plan to dismantle the temple into blocks. So the temple was dismantled into blocks. These blocks, given numbers and directions, they moved to this island and rebuilt again, and they were rebuilt on the same plan of the old temple and old island. Once they brought the temple here, it became known as Philae Temple, but originally it was a temple of the goddess Isis on Angelica Island, and moved to Philae Island, and it became famous as Philae Temple, or the temple of the goddess Isis on Philae Island. How did they dismantle the temple when the temple was covered with water? They built, because now it's covered by the water.
The previous side of the temple.
How long it took in total to rebuild? It's not 1.5 years. This is quite long. Only two reliefs in this chapel. This one representing the Roman emperor is offering to Isis and Horus. On the other side, he is offering to Osiris and Isis. The triad of this temple is the most famous triad in the Egyptian history, which is Isis, Osiris, and Horus. Isis, Osiris, and Horus. So, the main goddess of this island was the goddess Isis, the wife of Osiris and the mother of to the gods. The story of, can you just move to the shade, please? The story of Horus means the great Isis.
28 count करें 28
बेटा बराबर दिल्ली एक जवाब है और सुधीर भाई फोटो खींचो तू पढ़े चले बोलो किताबें पढ़ो किताबें नाम अच्छे बच्चों बच्ची बराबर से
An operation surgeon on the sailboat. Right?
Yes, not on you.
Not on me. Go away.
No.
Fix your knee. Yeah.
بيقول لك اعمل لك
No.
اليورني
No way. You are a good one. How much you pay me? To experiment.
The sailboat.
Yeah. Balance.
No, not for balance because no.
Hey, no. You can't sit down there. You cannot sit there. No. You cannot sit there. Let's change the whole direction.
لا ذهبية كبيرة
لا الفلوكة اللي بالحلقة دي
هي بس آخرها اسمه
دي مش تقدر تعدي من تحت الكوبري
الفلوكة دي بتطلع من
افرض عدت تاخد Yes, it takes around 7 nights.
7 nights and 8 days.
From Rock. Hi.
मेरा तन डोले मेरा दिल का
कौन बजाए बांसुरिया रोहित में स्वीट क्या चले मैंने देखा नहीं स्टेचू के कसम
પાણી ઉપર જ કરવાનું એમ કે છે
कभी नहीं
Indian dinner in Dubai. Good.
We had a different kind of dosa.